Chapter 1552. The Moon Lady had been holding back for a long time. She couldn't help Ling Xiao in the 10,000 gate array just now. Now that the 10,000 gate array was broken, she could finally protect her little man. Dazzling moonlight streaked across the sky. Her slender hand turned into a huge hand that covered the sky and clashed with Yuan Tianluan's palm in the air. "You dare to stop me?" Yuan Tianluan looked at the Moon Lady coldly with a gloomy face. "So what if I stop you? Do you think you're better than anyone?" The Moon Lady said indifferently. "I'm Heavenly Master Yuan from Dragon Phoenix Mountain. My cultivation is definitely above the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. You should know that. However, the Divine Phoenix Continent's laws don't allow martial artists above the 5th level of the yin-yang realm to appear. Therefore, my cultivation is temporarily suppressed. Aren't you afraid of offending me?" Yuan Tianluan squinted his eyes and said coldly, "Are you the only one whose cultivation is suppressed?" The Moon Lady said in disdain, "Little man, listen to me. Today, no one can stop you from killing those two scums. I'll kill anyone who tries to stop you, including the martial artists from Dragon Phoenix Mountain." Her voice was filled with adoration and dominance. She ignored everyone, including Dragon Phoenix Mountain. "Hee, Sister Moon Lady, let's compete. Let's see if you can get rid of that old thing first, or if I can get rid of those two scums first." Ling Xiao grinned. He really didn't care about Dragon Phoenix Mountain. His eyes were on the Heaven's Chosen Sect. The White Tiger Continent was a place that he would have to cross sooner or later. If he was afraid of a sect in the White Tiger Continent, then he might as well quit. If he offended them, so be it. It wasn't like he hadn't offended anyone before. No problem. The Moon Maiden smiled, once again causing countless cultivators to fall head over heels for her. Unfortunately, her smile only lasted for a moment before it turned cold and ruthless. Ling Xiao's gaze returned to Yuan Pong and Meng Sheng. A cold, murderous intent surged out from within his body. "Yuan Pong, what happened today had nothing to do with you. However, you ambushed me and even insulted my woman. I must settle this score. So what if your master is here? Even if you brought the entire Dragon Phoenix Mountain here, no one would be able to save you. Boa Sheng, not only did you sneak attack me, you also injured my brother and my friend Ji Luayu. Afterwards, you colluded with Yuan Pong and tried to use the power of the Alliance Master to kill me. If I don't fool you, I swear I'm not human." Ling Xiao held the sword of light obliteration in his hand and shot towards Boa Sheng like a bolt of lightning. Right now, Meng Sheng was at his weakest state. He had to kill him first. Ling Xiao believed in the Moon Lady. In the Divine Phoenix Continent and the Heavenly Dragon Continent, the Moon Lady was definitely an invincible existence. Unless someone could break the laws here, no one was a match for the Moon Lady. Therefore, what he needed to do now wasn't to care about the Moon Maiden, but to figure out how to kill the two of them. Of course, there was another reason for killing these two. Earlier in the Myriad Gate Array, the two of them might have seen him unleashing his martial soul. If he let the two of them live, his secret might be exposed to everyone. At that time, there would be more trouble. Therefore, regardless of the reason, Yuan Pong and Boa Sheng were doomed to die. The void trembled, and a terrifying killing intent filled the sky. The ferocious sword essence pierced towards Boa Sheng, causing Boa Sheng to fall into despair once again. He didn't even have the courage to fight. "Boa Sheng, you piece of trash. Let's join forces. Do you think we're afraid of him?" But he even killed the Alliance Master. "You idiot. He must have used some trick to kill the Alliance Master. Moreover, can't you see that he's exhausted? This is an opportunity." These words woke up Boa Sheng from his despair. He stood up abruptly, and the demonic dragon behind him roared again. "Yes, you're right. He's weak now. How can he kill us? Let's destroy him first. That's right. Let's attack together." Soon, Boa Sheng and Yuan Pong reached a strategic cooperation agreement. The two of them unleashed their martial souls at the same time and charged towards Ling Xiao. "It's useless." Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. "The two of you are useless. You're no match for me even if you join forces." His first target was naturally still Boa Sheng. As for Yuan Pong, there was nothing to fear after he lost the Myriad Gate Array. It would be easier to defend against him. Roar. The demonic dragon roared and pounced from behind Boa Sheng to devour Ling Xiao. The sword essence that filled the sky hit the demonic dragon's soul and made an ear-piercing roar. The demonic dragon's body trembled continuously. "What are you waiting for, Yuan Peng?" Boa Sheng roared. Yuan Peng nodded, and his body suddenly became huge. The black staff in his hand also became a 1,000-kilogram staff and smashed towards Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao still didn't look back. It was as if Yuan Peng's attack didn't exist at all. That's strange. His skeleton general should have been destroyed by the League Master. What means does he have to block Yuan Peng's attack? Puzzled voices came from the crowd. This person was right. Ling Xiao's skeleton general was destroyed, and it was impossible for it to recover in a short time. However, did he only have the eye of the tomb of the god of sin? Obviously not. Boom. The huge staff hit something, and the terrifying rebounding force actually made Yuan Peng's body, which was 4 to 5 meters long, retreat a few steps. He took a closer look and saw that it was actually a tall and big bronze troll. The bronze troll was holding a bronze spear in its hand. Mighty and domineering. Tri-leaf demonic eyes. Communication with the other world. Ling Xiao didn't forget this ability. The bronze troll blocked Yuan Peng's attack, and Ling Xiao didn't have to block it anymore. The light of the sword of light in his hand became even more dazzling and intense. "Let's see who can save you now. Die." Boa Sheng. Rumble. The terrifying light tore the huge demonic dragon apart. The demonic dragon's body shattered, and it turned back into a black python. However, this wasn't the end. The terrifying sword light was still advancing unstoppably, and it completely tore the black python to shreds. There was nothing that could stop Ling Xiao's sure-kill attack. Boa Sheng despaired again. Ling Xiao. Why did he offend Ling Xiao? Originally, he didn't have any grudges with Ling Xiao, but he just had to provoke that person. Now, the shadow of death completely enveloped his body. The terrifying sword intent completely stunned him. He couldn't even move. It was as if his whole body was fixed, and he could only accept the judgment of fate. Die. The sword light finally split Boa Sheng's body. The bright light completely turned Boa Sheng into nothingness. To Meng Sheng, this was a sword that he could not block. However, it was nothing to Ling Xiao. He didn't even use much strength. Compared to him, Boa Sheng's strength was much greater. Although his cultivation was only at the peak of the 10th Grotto Heaven Realm, his combat strength was more powerful than a half-step Yin-Yang Realm martial artist with 20% Yin-Yang essence energy. In addition, he had terrifying soul power. Boa Sheng was nothing. If Yuan Peng and the alliance leader hadn't interfered, Boa Sheng would have become a dead snake. Chapter 1553. Killed. The 4th-ranked Python, Phoenix Boa Sheng, has been killed. Ji Tianming, Phoenix Cry Mountain, Gaoyang Jun, Dark Current, Tomohiko Kuma, and now Boa Sheng. This guy is definitely the nemesis of geniuses. So many geniuses have died in his hands. The hearts of the people trembled again. However, Ling Xiao's face appeared very relaxed. It was as if killing Boa Sheng was just a trivial matter. It was as if Boa Sheng was not worth mentioning at all in his eyes. Yuan Peng was still in a life-and-death battle with the bronze troll. This made him very depressed. It also made the spectators feel incredulous. Generally speaking, even if a summoned creature was powerful, its combat skills still could not compare to a martial artist's. However, this bronze troll was like another Ling Xiao. Not only were its moves varied, but they were also extremely strange and cunning. Apart from the different attack methods, people even suspected that it was a second Ling Xiao. Including Yuan Peng and the spectating martial artists, they did not understand what was going on. Of course, they did not understand that Ling Xiao cultivated the Essence Soul Remnant Scroll. Not only could his soul leave his shell, but he could also split into dozens of souls to control different summoned creatures. At present, Ling Xiao's cultivation level of the Essence Soul Remnant Scroll was not high. He could already take care of one thing and another at the same time. Easily releasing dozens of souls with his main body's consciousness was not a problem at all. It seemed like the bronze troll was fighting, but in fact, it was Ling Xiao controlling the bronze troll's body. It would be strange if Yuan Peng could defeat the bronze troll. Tell me, how should I kill you? Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Peng and mocked. You can't even defeat my summoned creature. How can you defeat me? My martial soul has the invincible Vajra ability. What can you do to me? Yuan Peng suddenly stopped fighting. The great ape king's martial soul fused with his body. Then, his body was wrapped in a layer of golden things that emitted a metallic luster. The bronze giant demon attacked many times, but all it did was make a loud rumbling sound. It was unable to break this golden armor-like thing. As expected of the jackals of the same tribe as the Alliance Master. Both of you like this kind of tortoiseshell tactic. Ling Xiao sneered and said, but it seems that you can't fight in this state. So what? Since you can't break through my defense, you can't kill me. At this moment, Yuan Peng no longer cared about his reputation. As long as he could preserve his life, he didn't care what methods he used. Do you think I can't do anything to you just because of this? If I can't, I'll burn you to death. Your invincible Vajra divine ability can't even resist high temperatures. Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. Then, the phantom of the ancient hell dragon appeared behind him. Hellfire, burn. The terrifying black flames enveloped Yuan Peng, and in that instant, the surrounding temperature rose by a lot. As the flames continued to burn, the temperature continued to rise. Yuan Peng's face instantly turned pale. Let him go, and I won't pursue everything you've done before. At this moment, Yuan Tianluan roared. What was his relationship with Yuan Peng? Why did he care so much about him? His woman was dead, and he chose not to take revenge? Ling Xiao sneered and said, Yuan Tianluan, not only will he die today, but you will also die. I've seen enough of you self-righteous people. You wanted to kill me just now, so I'll kill you now. There's nothing wrong with that, right? He even wants to kill Yuan Tianluan. The crowd was shocked again. Originally, many people thought that the Moon Lady was only going to restrain Yuan Tianluan, and then give Ling Xiao a chance to kill Yuan Peng and Boa Sheng. Who knew that Ling Xiao would be so bold as to not even let Yuan Tianluan go? However, on second thought, if Yuan Tianluan wanted to kill him, why couldn't he kill Yuan Tianluan? Wasn't it normal to give him a taste of his own medicine? Yuan Peng, you're the first of the 10 Phoenix Sons, the 8th genius of the Dragon Phoenix Top 10. Do you really want to be burned alive like this? Ling Xiao looked contemptuously at Yuan Peng, who was struggling in the flames, and revealed a disdainful smile. I don't care. I'll kill you however I want. But don't you think it's too humiliating to die like this? Don't think that anyone can save you. No matter who it is, you won't be able to survive today. Yuan Fei Huang is just a piece of trash in front of Ling Xiao. In the crowd, countless pairs of eyes were filled with shock. The 8th on the Dragon Phoenix leaderboard didn't even have the courage to attack Ling Xiao. What was going on? Could it be that Ling Xiao was really that terrifying? The roaring ancient hell dragon behind Ling Xiao looked majestic and awe-inspiring. In Ling Xiao's hand, the light destroyer sword was still shining brightly. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, Ling Xiao was no longer a martial artist, but a legend that couldn't be fought. If you have the ability, don't use the hell dragon fire. I'll fight you fair and square. Yuan Peng finally couldn't take it anymore. The black flames had already caused him great pain. Although there was no problem now, as time passed, he was sure that he would be burned to ashes. That way of dying was too cowardly. You're smart, but what qualifications do you have to talk to me about demands? Ling Xiao looked contemptuously at Yuan Peng. He had no intention of withdrawing the hell dragon fire. He had always been unscrupulous when fighting with despicable people. Damn it, but do you think you can trap me like this? Yuan Peng was the 8th on the Dragon Phoenix leaderboard after all. Naturally, his strength wouldn't be so weak. However, he wasn't willing to use some of his techniques, because once exposed, he might not have the chance to use them again. Magic Treasure, Mortal Grade Spirit Weapon, 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire Shield. The 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire Shield was a magic treasure that specialized in restraining fire. Of course, it was a general term for magic treasures and was divided into many grades. In Yuan Peng's hand was a mortal grade spirit weapon, the 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire Shield. As the magic treasure was summoned, 9 blue dragons soared into the sky, followed by a violent storm. Although the hell dragon fire wasn't extinguished, it was clearly much smaller. Yuan Peng took the opportunity to turn and flee. In the end, he didn't dare to fight Ling Xiao. His first choice after escaping was to escape. Escape? Do you think you can escape? Body of light. Light-speed godly excursion. In that instant, Ling Xiao's body turned into a beam of light. His speed was raised to the extreme. Son of light, bind. In an instant, Ling Xiao caught up to Yuan Peng. Then, a ball of light separated from his body and turned into a huge tentacle that tightly bound Yuan Peng. Break for me. Yuan Peng used all his strength and finally shattered the Son of Light. However, even though the light was shattered, it was still light. The moment it shattered, it reconnected again. The most terrifying thing was that the closer Ling Xiao got, the stronger the Son of Light became. Yuan Peng couldn't break it for a while. Chapter 1554. Fury of the Great Ape King. Destroy. Destroy them all. Yuan Peng's explosive power increased once again. The martial soul of the Great Ape King had further merged with his body. In the battle with Ling Xiao, he had been constantly defeated, and his combat strength had increased unknowingly. However, it was all too late. Ling Xiao's sword of light destruction had already pierced his back and was aimed at his heart. If the sword pierced him, he would definitely die, and there would be nothing left. Block it for me. Yuan Peng had no time to escape. He could only turn around and swing his staff in an attempt to block Ling Xiao's attack. This strike of his was definitely not weak. However, Ling Xiao, who was holding the sword with both hands, was even more terrifying. Crack. Puff. The first sound was the sound of the black staff breaking. The second sound was the sound of Yuan Peng's arm being cut off. A shrill scream rang out in the void. At this moment, a figure suddenly jumped out from the crowd. It was as swift as a ghost and appeared behind Ling Xiao in the blink of an eye. The crowd didn't even see clearly who the person who suddenly leaped out was. Die. It was only when the figure stopped moving and the sharp blade in his hand was aimed at Ling Xiao's back that everyone saw the person's appearance clearly. The first malefic star, He Yongbing. It's not surprising that he would attack. Other than him, all the geniuses of the Black Crow Empire have been killed. How could he tolerate Ling Xiao? But can he really kill Ling Xiao like this? After experiencing Yuan Peng's sneak attack on Ling Xiao, everyone had a new understanding of Ling Xiao's strength. Would He Yongbing's sneak attack really work? You're really stupid. Ling Xiao's cold voice rang out. He did not care about He Yongbing's sneak attack and directly stabbed his sword towards Yuan Peng. Once again, Yuan Peng was pierced by the sword. His body could no longer support itself and started to fall from the sky. At the same time, Ling Xiao's body was also pierced by black rock ice. I said you were stupid, but you didn't believe me. You know I killed the sixth fiend. Do you really think you can kill me with such a method? This voice actually came from behind He Yaobing. At the same time, a shadow all pierced through He Yaobing's defenseless body. Gemini martial spirit. That's impossible. If Sixth Brother's twin martial spirits didn't possess his body, he wouldn't be able to attack. He Yaobing looked at his chest in horror. There was a huge bloody hole there, and black flames were still burning. He knew that there was no hope for him. However, he didn't understand. Wasn't the Gemini martial spirits just a means to save his life? His twin martial souls can't attack, but mine can't? You're too naive. Ling Xiao looked at He Yaobing with disdain. The person ranked 9th on the Dragon Phoenix list should have had a glorious future. Yet, he was killed so easily. Who knew whose sorrow it was? I can't accept this. A shrill and angry roar resounded in the sky. He Yaobing's body was finally completely incinerated in a ball of black flames. Ling Xiao is too strange. Yeah, it's fine if he's strong, but he's so crafty. Who can kill him? Even the person ranked 9th on the Dragon Phoenix list was killed by him in one move. Do the others still have a chance? In the crowd, many warriors were trembling with fear. Once upon a time, they had also treated Ling Xiao as a stepping stone for a meteoric rise. Because if they killed Ling Xiao, they would be put in an important position by the Divine Phoenix Empire. However, now it seemed that it was simply wishful thinking. Facing such a terrifying Ling Xiao, there was only one ending for them. and that was death. Raven Queen sat there, her body trembling violently. Blood spurted out from her mouth. She was furious, yet helpless. Dead. They were all dead. Her son, Tomohiko Kuma, and the #1 fiend, He Yaobing, whom she valued the most, were killed by Ling Xiao just like that. I'm going to kill you. Raven Queen charged forward without hesitation. Blood splattered everywhere in the sky. What welcomed Raven Queen was a black longsword. The demon wine sword attacked. How could he watch Raven Queen deal with Ling Xiao without doing anything? Ling Xiao's performance today had given him too many surprises. It made him even more certain that his previous thoughts were correct. Helping Ling Xiao was helping himself, and he would be able to save Ji Lingyue from that place. The Black Crow Empire is finished. The crowd shook their heads. This time, the Black Crow Empire only sent so many people, and in the end, all of them died in the dragon-slaying forest. Even if the Black Crow Empire still had experts, they would not be able to recover for a long time. While everyone was shocked by the deaths of He Yaobing and Raven Queen, Ling Xiao was not idle. The terrifying sword radiance was like a demon chasing after souls, and it instantly reached Yuan Peng's side. At this moment, Yuan Peng had not even landed on the ground. No, Yuan Peng's eyes were filled with anger, shock, regret, and other complicated emotions. However, so what? Time could not be reversed. Everything could not be reversed. From the moment he sneaked an attack on Ling Xiao and insulted Ling Xiao's woman, he was destined to end up like this. No one could save him. He had a good plan. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao before he could because Ling Xiao had grown too quickly. However, he neglected a problem. Was he the only one who thought of such a thing? Obviously not. Many people had seen Ling Xiao's outstanding talent and wanted to kill him in the cradle. Unfortunately, no one succeeded in the end. Boom. It was another death without a corpse. The burning ashes floated in the air above the killing dragon forest. Countless people were terrified when they saw this scene. Ling Xiao had really killed him, and he had really succeeded. He had killed Yuan Tianluan's disciple under the nose of the Dragon Phoenix Mountains expert. 9th on the Dragon Phoenix list? 8th on the Dragon Phoenix list? In Ling Xiao's eyes, he had been killed like an ant. If Ling Xiao's name was not on the Dragon Phoenix list, would it still be considered authoritative? Many people were doubtful. Zhongyu Huangquan looked at Ling Xiao and clenched his fists tightly. He was 4th on the Dragon Phoenix list. However, did he really have the ability to kill Ling Xiao? He used to be full of confidence, but now he actually began to doubt himself. It was just an experience of watching a battle. Ji Huangtian looked calm, but his heart was still in turmoil. Grandfather, I'm afraid I can't kill Ling Xiao for you. Are you afraid? I'm not afraid. To kill Ling Xiao, my cultivation must surpass the Moon Maiden. Otherwise, it's impossible. Ji Huangtian shook his head and said indifferently, Let's go back, grandfather. I'll keep today's grudge in my heart for the time being. I still have to return to the Jingyi school. But don't worry, I'll avenge you sooner or later. He was not afraid of Ling Xiao, but he could also see that it was impossible to kill Ling Xiao under the protection of the Moon Maiden and the Demon Liquor Sword. Even Yuan Tianluan couldn't do it. So what could he do? With a sigh, Ji Ruolong nodded and left the killing dragon forest in a daze. Chapter 1555. At this moment, everyone's attention was on Zhu Wan and Ying Tianxia from the Phoenix Academy. The two of them wisely chose not to deal with Ling Xiao. Although they were the weakest among the 10 Phoenix Sons, they were the ones who survived in the end. It had to be said that this was a kind of irony. Extremely ironic. Sister Moon Maiden, I've already dealt with these guys. You haven't dealt with that old man yet? Ling Xiao suddenly looked at the battle between the Moon Maiden and Yuan Tianluan and asked with a smile. He still hadn't forgotten about Yuan Tianluan. He wanted everyone to remember that even the inner sect elders of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain would die if they offended him. He didn't believe that no one would remember such a bloody lesson. Right away, the Moon Maiden was getting faster and faster. At this moment, Yuan Tianluan's body was covered in wounds. He didn't understand why he was so weak in front of the Moon Maiden despite having the same cultivation. It was still okay for the first 100 moves. After 100 moves, he started to get injured. After 200 moves, He was only thinking about how to escape. However, the Moon Maiden obviously wouldn't give him the chance. At the 296th move, the Moon Maiden hit Yuan Tianluan's vital point with her palm and severely injured him. "Little man, I'll leave him to you." The Moon Maiden looked at Yuan Tianluan, who was lying on the ground and couldn't get up. Then, she said to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled and went to Yuan Tianluan's side. At this moment, Yuan Tianluan's aura was about to be exhausted. His face was pale and the vitality in his body was quickly fading. If someone treated him, he would definitely be able to survive. After all, he was a Yin-Yang Realm Level 5 expert. At this moment, Yuan Tianluan's eyes were filled with regret. If he knew that the Moon Maiden was so powerful, he wouldn't have come. In the White Tiger mainland, he was confident that he was stronger than the Moon Maiden. But now, it was too late. His life was in danger. Moreover, he had to watch his disciple, who was also his illegitimate son, being killed by Ling Xiao. Speaking of tragic, it was truly tragic. But who was the one who caused all of this? If he hadn't come up with the idea of letting his wife be the leader of the Divine Phoenix mainland and host the Dragon Phoenix selection to attack the geniuses of the Divine Phoenix mainland, if he hadn't let his son sneak into the Phoenix Academy and become Yuan Fei Huangzi, if his wife hadn't targeted Ling Xiao, if his son hadn't ambushed Ling Xiao, perhaps all of this wouldn't have happened. It was a pity that things could not be reversed. What had happened was what had happened. No one could change it. At this moment, no one could and dared to save him. Even the martial artists of Dragon Phoenix Mountain did not dare to rashly come. This damned law of the profound world made it so that martial artists who had surpassed the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm were unable to display their true strength. No one would risk coming to the Divine Phoenix continent for him. At this moment, he only felt despair and regret. Ling Xiao looked at the old man indifferently. His cold gaze did not have the slightest hint of pity or sympathy. "You think you can look down on me just because you're an expert of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain? You can kill me just because you want to? You didn't allow me to kill Boasheng and Yuan Pong. You were so arrogant as if you were ordering a dog. But now, don't you look like a dying dog?" Ling Xiao's voice was filled with sarcasm and mockery. He wanted to kill him just because of a disagreement. Did such a person really treat him as a human? Since the other party didn't treat him as a human, why should he sympathize with him? Yuan Tianluan didn't argue. There was no need for that. Everything Ling Xiao said was the truth. He admitted his defeat. However, he didn't want to die. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, "The grudge between us can be written off. I'll arrange for you to cultivate in Dragon Phoenix mainland. That way, no one will dare to bully you, and your future will be even brighter." "There's no need for that. I've never been afraid of others bullying me. I'll kill whoever dares to bully me, just like Boasheng, Yuan Pong, and you," Ling Xiao said disdainfully. "As for my future, I really don't need you to worry about it. I have my own path to walk. Even if this path is full of thorns, I'll just cut it open. Today, you must die. When you were strong, you wanted to kill me. Now, it's my turn to stand on the strong side. Do you think I'll let you go?" The crowd nodded. Ling Xiao had never really relied on any power. Starting from the Sky Dragon continent's Tianfeng City's Ling family, he was the one who saved these powers. First, when the Ling family was surrounded, he stood out and saved the Ling family from being destroyed. Now, the Ling family was also a rich and powerful family in the Sky Dragon continent. Then, it was Master Baiyun. This person didn't like him at all and didn't value him. It was only when he was betrayed by his disciple that he truly saw him in a new light. As for him, not only did he kill Master Baiyun's enemy and save Master Baiyun's daughter, he even helped Master Baiyun find his lost wisdom. After that, it was Yuehua School and Sacred Dynasty. When it came to the Divine Phoenix Empire, Qingshu College became what it was today because of him. He never relied on any power. He only helped his own power. Did such a person need Dragon Phoenix Mountain? There was really no need. Yuan Tianluan looked up and sighed. His voice was filled with endless desolation and regret. But what was the use? Some things couldn't be undone once they were done wrong. Do it. He had nothing else to say. He only hated himself for thinking too highly of himself. He actually came all the way to the Divine Phoenix continent to die. He was really unlucky. Just die peacefully. Go down and accompany your wife and son. Don't let them do anything stupid. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, a crimson sun all had already pierced through Yuan Tianluan's forehead. To completely kill a yin-yang realm martial artist, one had to destroy their soul realm. Otherwise, who knew if they would revive? Yuan Tianluan's eyes were wide open. His eyes were still filled with regret and helplessness. However, he had already lost all signs of life. Another 5th-level yin-yang realm martial artist had died. If Ling Xiao had killed Yuan Pong, Boa Shang, and Tomohiko Kuma, it wasn't much. After all, they were all Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. However, killing 2 5th-level yin-yang realm martial artists consecutively was too shocking. If word got out, it would probably scare people to death. Just like before, Ling Xiao took Yuan Tianluan's storage ring. Including this storage ring, he had already obtained at least 5 storage rings today. Of course, the most valuable one was probably this one and the one in the female leader's hand. 2 martial artists at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm definitely had good stuff in their storage rings. Let's go, Sister Moon Maiden. There's no need to participate in this Dragon Phoenix selection. I'll think of another way for the White Tiger meat. After killing Yuan Tianluan, Ling Xiao was completely disappointed in this Dragon Phoenix selection. The so-called alliance to choose the true geniuses to compete with the White Tiger continent's geniuses to defend the glory of the Divine Phoenix continent and the Heavenly Dragon continent. However, looking at it now, it was simply a huge joke. Chapter 1556. In Ling Xiao's opinion, the so-called Dragon Phoenix selection had been used by some big shots as an opportunity to eliminate dissidents. If my little man isn't qualified to participate in the White Tiger meet, I'll go and destroy this so-called event, the Moon Lady sneered. Then, she left the dragon-slaying forest with everyone from Qingshu College. After they all left, the atmosphere calmed down a little. However, many people were still in shock and couldn't recover from the shock. Ling Xiao came and killed dozens of genius martial artists, including He Yambing, who was ranked 9th on the Dragon Phoenix leaderboard, as well as Yuan Pong, who was ranked 8th on the Dragon Phoenix leaderboard. The most terrifying thing was that he even killed 2 martial artists at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. Everyone could understand Yuan Tianluan's death. After all, it was the Moon Lady who killed him. However, what happened to the female leader? Many people couldn't figure it out. What method did Ling Xiao use to kill her? The only people who might know the truth, Boa Shang and Yuan Pong, were killed by Ling Xiao. This became a mystery that could never be solved. However, Ling Xiao's power and terror were deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. Are we still going to continue? Finally, Dan Feng, who was ranked 1st on the Dragon Phoenix leaderboard, spoke. Of course, without Ling Xiao, could it be that the Dragon Phoenix selection is not going to continue? Zhong Yu Huangquan gritted his teeth. It's not just Ling Xiao. Ji Huangtian is gone too. Dan Feng said indifferently, to be honest, I'm very disappointed with the Dragon Phoenix selection today. It's a waste of time. If I have the time, I might as well play a killing game with the experts from the White Tiger continent. He stood up and glanced at Patriarch Changle. Patriarch, I'm bored. I want to go back. If you want to leave, then leave. The Dragon Phoenix selection has indeed been ruined. The everlasting joy ancestor sighed. In today's Dragon Phoenix selection, Ling Xiao had been in the limelight. Now that Ling Xiao had left, if the others were to continue, they would feel like newbies pecking at each other. It was meaningless. Senior brother, if you want to leave, then there's no need for me to stay. MOU, ranked 7th on the Dragon Phoenix list, was also a disciple of the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. Let's disperse too. It's boring. Zhu Tianlin also stood up and looked at the people of Tianpong Immortal Island behind him. For a time, many people were no longer in the mood to continue fighting. After all, to them, Ling Xiao's performance was too shocking. No matter how the following battle turned out, they would always feel a little dull. Stop. Feng Mingqishan, who was sitting high up in the imperial family's seat, suddenly stood up and said coldly, Why? Does Crown Prince Qishan still plan to continue this Dragon Phoenix selection? Zhu Xiaozong of Tianpong Immortal Island, who was ranked 6th on the Dragon Phoenix list, asked coldly, Forget about the Dragon Phoenix selection. Ling Xiao has already stolen the limelight, so there's no point in it. What this king wants to talk about now is another matter. He sneered as he looked at the people from the Five Immortals Island and the Martial Grandmaster Island. Then, he waved his hand gently. Armored soldiers rushed over from all directions and surrounded the killing dragon forest. Everyone felt that something was wrong, and they all looked at Feng Chi Mountain angrily. Junior, what are you trying to do? Ancestor Changle asked coldly. What am I trying to do? It's very simple. Your Five Immortals Island has ruled this world for too long. It's time to change people. From today onwards, the Five Immortals Island and the Seven Martial Grandmaster Island will all belong to the Divine Phoenix Empire, and the new emperor of the Divine Phoenix Empire will be me, Feng Chi Mountain. Feng Chi Mountain said domineeringly, not putting anyone in his eyes, including Feng Yinshan and the Black and White Elders. You're simply courting death. Do you think you're Ling Xiao? To be inconsolable, Feng Chi Mountain had already had enough of Ling Xiao's attitude. Now that Feng Chi Mountain actually stood up and spoke to them seniors like this, how could she tolerate it? That's right, Feng Chi Mountain. Is your brain filled with shit? Ling Xiao has the Moon Lady and the Demon Wine Sword. What do you have? I don't think the Black and White Elders and Senior Feng Xiao will let you mess around with this matter, right? Zhong Yu Huang Quan also said angrily. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, could it be that he didn't even have the qualifications to leave? He was also holding back a belly full of anger. Feng Xiao and the Black and White Elders also looked at Feng Chi Mountain, shocked by this young man's actions. If he just wanted to be in the limelight, there was no need to offend so many people at once, right? Chi Mountain apologized to the seniors. Feng Xiao said coldly, Apologize? Is this what you, a senior of the Ice Phoenix clan, should say? Divine Phoenix Empire has already fallen. Five Immortal Island has also fallen. It's really shameful to be turned upside down by a Ling Xiao. Since you guys can't do it, then let me take control of everything. I will make Divine Phoenix Empire the strongest empire in the profound world. Feng Chi Mountain declared like a madman. These words attracted a burst of laughter from the crowd. Although everyone knew that Feng Chi Mountain was powerful, no matter how powerful he was only ranked 5th on the Dragon Phoenix list. He wasn't even as high as Zhong Yu Huang Quan's ranking. Even if he could defeat Zhong Yu Huang Quan, he couldn't be arrogant in front of those seniors. The laughter stopped abruptly. A strange sound of armor colliding suddenly rang out. Then, there was boundless killing intent. Kill everything. Destroy everything. A terrifying aura filled the air above the killing dragon forest, causing everyone's expression to become ugly. How could this be? To be inconsolable, Feng Chi Mountain's martial spirit was so cold that it made people tremble. Killing God White Blade. His martial spirit is actually one of the 12 immortals, killing God White Blade, one of the 12 strongest warriors who fought side by side with the human king in the past. Rumor has it that White Blade once slaughtered millions of beasts in one battle. At that time, blood flowed like a river. Even the river was dyed red with blood and cut off by the corpses. That battle established the name of Killing God White Blade. At the same time, because of this, his name caused countless beasts to tremble in fear. At least you guys are tactful, recognizing the Killing God White Blade martial spirit. Feng Chi Mountain looked coldly at Zhong Yu Huang Quan and to be inconsolable. Are you guys convinced? Are you kidding? Even if you have the Killing God White Blade martial spirit, do you think we are afraid of you? To be inconsolable was a third-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Although she was not as strong as the Moon Lady and the Liquor Demon Sword, it would be too embarrassing if she knelt down and begged for mercy in front of Feng Chi Mountain. Is that so? Then you can experience what killing intent is. Feng Chi Mountain sneered. The martial spirit behind him suddenly disappeared and appeared in the square formation of the Paramitha Immortal Island. Stop him! To be inconsolable roared furiously as she gathered the yin-yang origin energy in her body to resist the terrifying martial spirit. Kill! 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 The killing god's voice sounded like he was chanting scriptures. Every word made to be inconsolable, and Zhong Yu Huang Quan feel a splitting headache. Bang! Zhong Yu Huang Quan only touched the boundless killing intent, and his body was sent flying. Then, His face turned pale and he spat out blood. It was as if his body was infected by a plague, and he could not use any strength. Chapter 1557. Under Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan's attacks, the other disciples of the Permitha Immortal Island had their meridians severed, and their bodies were mangled as if they had been torn apart by countless sword chis. Blood splattered everywhere, but Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan had no intention of showing any mercy. Enough! To be inconsolable suddenly shouted. Do you submit? Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan asked coldly. My Permitha Immortal Island is willing to join the Chi-Shan Crown Prince. To be inconsolable actually knelt on one knee and said with a pale face. In just one exchange, she knew that everyone had underestimated Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan. What Ling Xiao? In front of Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan, he was not even worth mentioning. This guy was the real terror. He was not even 30 years old, but he had the strength of the Moon Maiden and the Liquor Demon sword, coupled with that terrifying martial soul. Who could be his match? If they did not submit now, did they want to be completely wiped out? Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan and Domineering Dao looked at to be inconsolable and nodded in satisfaction. However, this matter did not end here. In the square formation of the Permitha Immortal Island, miserable screams sounded again. It was not that someone was killed, but that a bloody Phoenix Cry character had appeared on the faces of the surviving martial artists. This meant that they would become the private property of Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan. To be inconsolable and the others were angry, but they did not dare to say anything. Facing Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan, they had no way to deal with him. What about you? Do you submit? Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan looked at the other factions. Blackwater Immortal Island is willing to pledge loyalty to the Chi-Shan Crown Prince. Phoenix Academy is willing to pledge loyalty to the Chi-Shan Crown Prince. Righteous Alliance is willing to pledge loyalty to the Chi-Shan Crown Prince. In addition to the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island and the Qingshu Academy, among all the forces present, only 3 parties did not take Feng Ming Chi-Shan's words seriously. Changle Immortal Island, Canopy Immortal Island, and the Fire Phoenix Tribe. Hee, not bad, not bad. Brother Chi-Shan, you didn't waste your time cultivating all these years. Your cultivation base is so ferocious. I really have a whole new level of respect for you. However, the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island is the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. No one can make it submit. Facing Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan, most of the martial artists didn't even dare to say a word. Even Ancestor Changle and Zhu Tianlin were trembling with fear. The reason why they were not willing to pledge their loyalty to Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain was because they did not want to be used as a tool by Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain. He didn't want to lose his dignity either. However, Dan Feng smiled so calmly, as if the terrifying cultivation of Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain didn't make him feel the slightest bit of surprise or fear. Uncle Zhu, let's go together. Dan Feng squinted at Zhu Tianlin and said with a smile, Leave? Where do you want to go? Feng Ming Chi-Shan stared at Dan Feng, releasing his terrifying aura once again. But this time, it was aimed at Dan Feng. However, no matter how terrifying and powerful the aura of Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan was, Dan Feng only smiled faintly, as if everything had nothing to do with him. It's not good for you to offend me, Dan Feng said with a smile. I'm not in the mood to compete with Brother Chi-Shan for supremacy, but don't push me too far. Boom. Then, he struck out with his palm. It seemed soft and powerless, but the palm wind in the void seemed to have turned into a monstrous wave that crushed toward Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain. The two of them exchanged blows. Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain frowned and said, You are indeed very strong. It seems that I won't be able to get the first place on the Dragon Phoenix list for the time being. Of course, I'm very strong, Dan Feng said with a smile, then really left with the people of Changle Immortal Island and Canopy Immortal Island. Now, they were allies. Yinshan, what's your choice? Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain looked at Feng Yinshan and asked, I'm just the crown prince elected by the Fire Phoenix tribe. The ones with the real power are the 2 ancestors. Ask them. As long as they are willing to submit to you, I have no objections. Feng Yinshan looked calm and composed, and there was not the slightest bit of panic in his expression. Emperor, you can be the emperor, But don't think that our Fire Phoenix tribe will become your slave. Black and white elders said coldly. Hee hee, sure. You can leave. Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain did not pressure the Fire Phoenix tribe into a desperate situation. It seemed that this guy also had some things that he was afraid of. Then, he looked at the remaining people and said, the era of the 5 Immortal Island has passed. This era is not called Ling Xiao, but Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain. This is my era, my stage. Long live His Majesty the Emperor. In the crowd, someone took the lead and shouted, long live His Majesty the Emperor. Then, more and more people followed suit and shouted. Originally, the Divine Phoenix Empire used a competition to determine the position of the Emperor. But this time, Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain acted domineeringly. With his terrifying strength, he intimidated the Blackwater Immortal Island, Spider Shore Immortal Island, 7 Martial Sect Island, and countless small countries on the Divine Phoenix continent. Even Feng Yinshan completely admitted defeat in front of him. The incident that happened later in the dragon-slaying forest had a great impact on Ling Xiao. He understood that he still had a long way to go. The current him was definitely not a match for Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain and Danfeng. Therefore, he had to use an even crueler method to train himself. What do you plan to do? Moon Maiden asked. Head to the Black Crow Empire. While dealing with this tough bone, I can also train myself better. Ling Xiao replied. Do you want me to go with you? Moon Maiden asked again. No need. With Sister Moon Maiden by my side, I'm afraid I'll never be able to grow. Ling Xiao smiled and said, moreover, this trip to the Black Crow Empire is a secret. Sister Moon Maiden, you're too eye-catching. It's better if I go alone. No matter what, you can't go alone. At the very least, you have to bring Cold Plum with you. Moon Maiden said, all right, since Sister Moon Maiden has said so, I'll listen to you. Ling Xiao also wanted someone to accompany him. This way, it would be more convenient for him to do many things. Since he had made the decision, he and Cold Plum quietly set off on the same day. On the way to the capital of the Black Crow Empire, Black Crow City, yellow sand filled the sky. The environment was extremely harsh. When Ling Xiao was chasing Tomohiko Kuma, he had walked through this path. However, he had not stepped into the worst place. Even though he had powerful soul power and the Tai Chi Eye, the terrifying black sandstorm in the desert caused him and Cold Plum to lose their way time and time again. There seems to be an oasis over there. There are people. After dodging the terrifying black sandstorm, Ling Xiao relied on his amazing intuition to find an oasis with a few living figures. These days, they had not seen a single living person. There were only some monsters that resided in the desert. Of course, those monsters were not much of a problem for them. With their cultivation, they could easily deal with them. Under the harsh environment, Ling Xiao and Cold Plum's cultivation slowly improved. Ling Xiao broke through to the half-step yin-yang realm and finally grasped 10% of the yin-yang origin energy. Cold Plum grasped 30% of the yin-yang origin energy. If their current strength was compared to the Dragon Phoenix selection, it would be even more shocking. Chapter 1558. Yin and Yang Yuan Qi was a very special thing. Ling Xiao could feel that the power of his moves would be even more terrifying when he used it. Seeing Ling Xiao and Long Mei coming over, the few people who were originally relaxed quickly formed a battle formation and looked at the two of them vigilantly. There were 6 people in total, 2 women and 4 men. They had the typical dark skin of warriors from the Black Crow Empire. Even the women were the same. There were 2 kinds of beauty in women. One was a beautiful vase. The other was a powerful warrior. Obviously, the 2 dark-skinned foreign beauties in front of them had a fighting strength that could not be underestimated. Of course, they were not a threat to Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. Ladies and gentlemen, we are warriors who went to Black Crow City to study. We encountered a black sandstorm and got lost. Don't be nervous, we are just asking for directions. Because they were not afraid of the other party, they were calm when they asked questions. Seeing Ling Xiao coming over, the 5 people looked at Ling Xiao. The other party did not seem to feel any hostility from Ling Xiao and Cold Plum, so they relaxed a little. One of the women stepped forward, but the remaining 5 people were still vigilant. After all, it was possible to meet any kind of people in the Black Desert. If they were not careful, they could lose their lives. These people obviously liked the life in the Black Desert, so they were also vigilant. Black Crow City is quite far from here. If you need a guide, we can help, but not for free. You know, it's not easy for us to hunt in the Black Desert, the woman said with a smile. Her words were meticulous and sounded reasonable. After all, if you asked for help, it would be unreasonable if you were not willing to give anything. Is spiritual stones okay? Ling Xiao asked. He knew that he could not show off his wealth, but he was not afraid of these people. Of course, if you want us to take you out of the Black Desert, the guide and bodyguard fee will be 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. If you want to go directly to Black Crow City, the fee will be doubled. The woman said, Deal. Ling Xiao was very straightforward. Seeing how straightforward Ling Xiao was, the woman relaxed and said, My name is Lan. I hope that you can pay a 20% deposit first. How about it? No problem. For Ling Xiao, 2,000 low-grade spirit stones was nothing. He would not haggle over this kind of thing. Not to mention the other person's request was also very reasonable. After paying 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, the two sides reached the initial agreement. The five of them also put down their weapons, and their expressions became somewhat friendly. It seemed like they often relied on this to earn money in the Black Desert. It was not a bad choice. After a short rest in the oasis, they set off. Lan didn't say much. She didn't even ask about the background of Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. Anyway, she was just doing her job for money. There was no need to dig out their 8 generations of ancestors. But on the way, Lan told Ling Xiao a very important thing. Since the death of Raven Queen and Prince Tomohiko Kuma, the empire has been in chaos. Various forces have risen, and the warlords have been fighting constantly. The place we are in belongs to the Black Desert General. Be careful. If you meet his people, try to avoid them. Otherwise, we can't help you. The Black Desert General? Ling Xiao was really unfamiliar with the Black Crow Empire. He didn't know who this Black Desert General was or how strong he was. But looking at Lan's expression, she was really afraid of this person. The Black Desert General won't take the initiative to attack passers-by, right? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. No matter what, he was once a general of the empire. Haha, a man sneered, as if he thought Ling Xiao's question was very naive. Lan sighed and said, In order to obtain a large number of military bearings, not to mention passers-by, even the people under his jurisdiction have become the targets of plundering. He is very cruel. There was once a martial artist from the Divine Phoenix Empire to the Black Crow City who was met. The man was stewed into meat soup, and the woman was turned into a military prostitute. He is even more terrifying than a bandit. How barbaric. Ling Xiao had seen many cruel people. No matter how bloodthirsty they were, it was rare to see people stewing soup. It seemed that this Black Desert General was really cruel and ruthless. He had to deal with it. In Ling Xiao's opinion, this Black Desert would sooner or later be the territory of the Heavenly Empire. If a guy like the Black Desert General was allowed to exist, then he would probably turn this place into hell. Do you know where the Black Desert General lives? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Lan looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and said earnestly, Young man, don't think that you can be a hero just because you have some strength. That's a very stupid way of doing things. The Black Desert General is incomparably powerful. In this generation, there is no match for him. Not to mention that he still has 4 fierce generals under him, each of them incomparably powerful. Even his dozen or so sons are all experts. No matter who you meet, you won't be a match for him. Don't worry, I won't look for him. I'm just thinking about how to avoid him. Ling Xiao laughed. Follow us. If you're lucky, it's easy to avoid him. Lan did not speak anymore. Instead, he vigilantly observed the surroundings and carefully advanced. There's someone. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked ahead warily. Lan and the others were puzzled. They didn't see anyone. Young man, you're too cowardly. Don't listen to the wind and rain. One of the dark-skinned men, holding a strange spear, continued to walk forward as if he wanted to scout the way. However, at this moment, dozens of figures suddenly emerged from the sand. Dozens of scimitars looked at the dark-skinned man. No matter how strong that person was, in the face of this sudden attack, He couldn't save his life and was instantly chopped into meat paste. Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. He had reminded the other party, but the other party didn't listen. What could he do? Damn it, it's the bandits. Prepare to fight. Lan seemed to be the leader. When she saw her companions being killed, although she was sad, she instantly threw herself into battle. However, before they were ready to fight, an even more terrifying sound of horse hooves came, followed by the rolling black sand. Lan's calm face revealed an expression of extreme fear. Ling Xiao didn't understand what was going on and looked up. The people galloping over from afar were all regular troops riding black warhorses. After they arrived, without saying a word, they launched an attack on the dozens of bandits. Their powerful combat strength was fully displayed at this moment, instantly killing the bandits. However, Ling Xiao didn't feel that these people were here to help them. These people's eyes were filled with greed. After the crazy killing, it was time to plunder. Not a single piece of the bandits' clothes and belongings were left behind. It felt like they were the real bandits. Chapter 1559. Oh no, it's General Scorpion under General Hayamo. We're really unlucky. We don't want to encounter anything, but we have to encounter it. Alan's face was a little pale, as if he had not expected this situation to happen. In fact, Ling Xiao had already guessed it without him saying it. Other than General Hayamo and his subordinates, there seemed to be no one else who could run amok here. After General Scorpion killed dozens of bandits and plundered their belongings, he turned his gaze to Ling Xiao and the others. Finally, his gaze landed on Alan, and he chuckled. I was wondering who it was. So it's the Golden Condor mercenary group. The Scorpion General looked at Alan with a hint of greed and a hint of fear in his eyes. It seemed that the Golden Condor mercenary group that Alan belonged to was not weak. Otherwise, General Scorpion would not be afraid. He would have made a move long ago. How could he stand there and joke? General Scorpion, we're only here to hunt in the Black Desert. If you need it, we'll give you all our belongings. After all, General Hayamo is the guardian of the Black Desert. With him around, our Golden Condor mercenary group can prosper. Of course, these words were just flattery. Ling Xiao could understand Alan's approach. When encountering someone stronger than him, he could only do this. The key was to save his life first before he could talk about anything else. Otherwise, if he lost his life, he would have nothing. However, sometimes, not only would this not make the other party let you go, but it might also make the other party even more arrogant and greedy. It seems that you're quite obedient. Unfortunately, I don't only want your belongings. I also want your people. General Scorpion's gaze swept over Cold Plum and Alan. After a while, he smiled and said, Brothers, let's do it. Capture the 3 women alive and kill the rest of the men on the spot. It was obvious that Alan's surrender did not gain General Scorpion's sympathy. Instead, it made him even more greedy. A cold light flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes. If it were him, he would only have one choice in such a situation, and that was to kill. Even if he was not as strong as the other party, he had to capture the leader first and make the other party retreat. Otherwise, if he retreated a foot, the other party would retreat 10 feet. This was called, give an inch and you want a mile. Moreover, he was now much stronger than the other party, so why would he be afraid of these fellows? Pooh! A shadow all shot out from Ling Xiao's hand. Other than Cold Plum, no one else noticed. The shadow all pierced through the shadows and accurately pierced the Scorpion General's throat. The arrogant and despotic general had now become a corpse. The soldiers who were planning to surround and kill Ling Xiao and the others suddenly stopped when they saw their general killed. An expert. There must be an expert. Before they could come back to their senses, a few more people suddenly died inexplicably. No one noticed that there was a terrifying crocodile in the Black Desert. Run! So what if they were a regular army? After following a scum like the Black Desert General for a long time, he would soon become a bandit. After a few people died mysteriously, they didn't have the courage to continue staying. One by one, they turned their horses around and fled madly into the distance. Alan turned back to look at Ling Xiao and Cold Plum but didn't find anything strange. She felt a little strange, but she couldn't figure out what had happened. She could only say to Ling Xiao, You too. The Scorpion General has been killed. The Black Desert General will definitely not let this go. We plan to return to the mercenary group first and can escort you too. You can take back the Spirit Stones first. It's okay. We can go with you to your Golden Eagle mercenary group first. In this wilderness, if we encounter the Black Desert General's men again, we'll die without a burial place. Ling Xiao said hurriedly. He appeared very anxious, as weak as a little sheep that was about to be abandoned. In that case, let's speed up. Alan seemed to be a kind-hearted girl. She couldn't bear to leave Ling Xiao and Cold Plum to die. Moreover, she had just received other people's spirit stones. If she didn't do something, she would be letting down those spirit stones. Alan, how terrifying is the Black Desert General? On the way, Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. He needed to figure out the enemy's strength. In this way, when he made a move, he would have a better sense of propriety so that his identity would not be exposed. The Black Desert General's strength is at 30% of the half-step Yin-Yang realm. As for the 4 fierce generals under him, their cultivations are at 10% of the half-step Yin-Yang realm. I don't know what killed the Scorpion General. There are some strange monsters in the Black Desert that I can't identify. In the Black Desert General's army, the weakest cultivator is at the Celestial realm. Their powerful strength allows them to run amok in the Black Desert. When Alan said this, she felt her body trembling. What about the Golden Eagle mercenary group? I just felt that the Scorpion General seemed to be a little afraid of you. Otherwise, he would have attacked long ago. Ling Xiao asked. Just a little. The Scorpion General's cultivation is similar to our leader's. It's just that he suffered a loss at the hands of our leader, but it was just a little loss. Alan smiled bitterly. After we return to the mercenary group, the 2 of you can leave. I'm afraid the Golden Eagle mercenary group is doomed this time. Why? You didn't kill the Scorpion General? Ling Xiao asked. It doesn't matter whether we killed him or not. The Black Desert General has been coveting the Golden Eagle mercenary group for a long time. He wants to take us in, but our leader is arrogant and unwilling to cooperate. The Black Desert General once sent the Scorpion General to destroy us, but we defeated him. He has been suppressing his anger. He will definitely take this opportunity to denounce us. Alan sighed helplessly. Your leader must have something to rely on. Otherwise, the Black Desert General would have destroyed you long ago, right? Ling Xiao asked. Alan looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and said, I didn't expect young master to be so smart. Yes, our leader has a golden eagle left behind by his father. Its strength is comparable to the Black Desert General's, so he won't dare to attack easily. It's just that the golden eagle is not in good condition recently and is always groggy. The Black Desert General will definitely take this opportunity to attack. Ling Xiao lowered his head and pondered. The reason why the golden eagle was not in good condition should be related to the Black Desert General. There was a spy in the Golden Eagle mercenary group. He thought so in his heart, but he did not say it out loud. Everyone continued to move forward. Not long after, they saw a sand castle made of black sand and yellow soil. The size was not big, but it looked quite majestic. On the sand castle, a golden eagle flag was hanging. It was very mighty. All right, the 2 of you can leave now. We can't let you get involved in the battle between the Black Desert General's army and the Golden Eagle mercenary group. Alan stopped in his tracks and said seriously. Chapter 1560. Why should we leave? Ling Xiao asked. Alan sighed and said, Not everyone thinks like me. I took your spirit stones and didn't want you to get involved in this dispute. But once you step into the Golden Condor mercenary group, it's different. You might be in danger. Although Alan did not explain what kind of danger there would be, Ling Xiao could tell. Of course, he knew that there were not many kind-hearted people like Alan in this world. Most of them were deceitful people who only schemed for their own interests. Perhaps the people of the Golden Condor mercenary group would really betray him to save their lives. However, it was because of this that he decided to stay. As mentioned before, the Black Desert, and perhaps even the entire Black Raven Empire, would become his sooner or later. Since there were parasites around, he had to get rid of them first. In fact, after he went to Black Crow City, Jining had already ordered Cieli to lead the army into the Black Desert. Cieli lived in the Black Desert and was naturally very familiar with this area. It was best for her to lead the army. If Ling Xiao could get rid of the trouble on this road, Cieli's progress into the Black Desert would be faster. The Divine Phoenix Empire could only be in a stalemate for the time being. After all, Phoenix Crychishan was a domineering king. It was not realistic to get rid of them for the time being. However, if they invaded and swallowed the Black Crow Empire first, the Celestial Empire would have strategic depth on the Divine Phoenix continent, and their advantage would be greater. Ling Xiao did not forget what he was here for this time. If the Golden Condor mercenary group really tried to betray him, he would not mind getting rid of them to avoid trouble in the future. Alan, did you bring a distinguished guest? Just as Alan was about to persuade him, a head popped out from the sand castle. The guy had dark skin and was 2 meters tall. His terrifying muscles were taut and full of strength. Deputy leader. Alan sighed helplessly. Now, even if Ling Xiao wanted to leave, it would be difficult for him to do so. Their vice-captain was called Ebony Bald Eagle. He was strong and had a vicious personality. He was not inferior to the Black Desert General. His strength was on par with the leader, Ebony Golden Eagle. Moreover, the two of them were blood brothers. In the Golden Eagle mercenary group, their status was very high. They are 2 friends I met in the Black Desert. They were going to Black Raven City to study, but got lost. Alan could only tell him everything in detail. Then what are you waiting for? Let our honorable guests in. The Golden Condor mercenary group is a hospitable place. The Ebony Condor said with a smile. However, this smile made people feel a little uncomfortable. Others might not be able to sense it, but Ling Xiao could feel it very clearly. Following Alan into the sand castle, many members of the mercenary corps looked at the 2 strangers curiously. In terms of appearance, Ling Xiao and Cold Plum were quite different from these people. Therefore, it wasn't strange for it to be regarded as a rare object. Lon, didn't you guys go hunting? Why don't I see any prey? The Ebony Condor glanced at Alan and suddenly narrowed his eyes. Also, when you went out, there were 6 of you. Why did you come back with 1 less? Did something happen? We met the Scorpion General. Alan sighed and said, one of our warriors was killed. The Scorpion General. Hearing this name, the people who were watching Ling Xiao and Cold Plum suddenly gasped and looked at Alan one by one. Panic began to spread throughout the sandcastle. Everyone began to be on edge. You met the Scorpion General and came back alive? The Ebony Condor asked coldly. Vice Captain, it's strange. The Scorpion General was attacked by some monster and died in the Black Desert. That's why we were lucky to come back. Alan still didn't understand how the Scorpion General died, and what kind of attack the people who followed the Scorpion General encountered. I only saw a strange black shadow. It looked like the crocodile in the Oasis Lake, but bigger and scarier. Nonsense. Men, arrest this woman and the 2 strangers. How dare they attack the Scorpion General? This is putting the Golden Condor mercenaries in danger. The Ebony Condor's face suddenly changed. He waved his hand and a group of mercenaries surrounded Alan, Ling Xiao, and Cold Plum. Cold Plum wanted to attack, but Ling Xiao stopped her. He wanted to see what this mercenary group was up to. Everyone, stop. Right at this moment, a steady, capable, and somewhat domineering voice sounded. Captain. Everyone saw the captain of the Golden Condor mercenaries walking out. The Ebony Condor looked very similar to the Ebony Condor, but he looked a little thin and weak. His originally tanned face was a little paler. It was very strange. How can you arrest your own people before you investigate the matter? Condor, you're getting more and more unruly. Although they were brothers, it seemed that the relationship between the 2 was not as good as one would imagine. Big brother, think carefully. We were lucky to defeat the Scorpion General last time, and we lost a lot. Now that your Condor is in bad shape, it can't fight. If the Scorpion General attacks the Golden Condor mercenaries in the name of revenge, we'll all die. The Ebony Condor shouted, I'm doing this for the good of our mercenaries. Then what do you plan to do? Hand over Alan and the 2 strangers? Do you think the Scorpion General will let us go? The Ebony Condor said disdainfully, you should know that devil's character, right? Still, we can't let them go. Otherwise, The Scorpion General will punish us, and we won't even have an explanation. The Ebony Condor glanced at Cold Plum as he spoke. Cold Plum's fair skin, indifferent face, and beautiful face were rare in the Black Desert. He obviously had other ideas. You two, please stay in the sandcastle for a few more days. If the Scorpion General's people come to punish us, I'll need you two to help explain. The Ebony Condor looked at Ling Xiao and Cold Plum and said, this person was very smart. In fact, he agreed with the Ebony Condor's suggestion, but it was very beautiful. It was hard to dislike it. Of course, we saw the Scorpion General being killed by a strange monster with our own eyes. Ling Xiao also began to show his acting skills. He acted like a young master who had just come out of the city. Not only was he naive, but he was also stupid. I don't know where this idiot came from, but he has such a beautiful girl by his side. I'll enjoy her first, and then give her to the Scorpion General. The Ebony Condor heard Ling Xiao's words and was secretly happy. He liked this kind of idiot, because idiots were the easiest to fool. Chapter 1561. Bald Eagle, I'll leave the two guests to you. Remember, don't neglect them. After speaking, the Ebony Golden Eagle coughed twice and then waved its hand. The moment he turned around to leave, the Ebony Bald Eagle's eyes flashed with a cold light. Ling Xiao seemed to have understood something, but it was just a guess, so he didn't say it out loud. Ebony Bald Eagle didn't make things difficult for Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. He did arrange a very good place for Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. This place was right next to Alan's room, and there were people to serve them. If they needed anything, they just needed to tell them, but they couldn't step out of the room. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer. This was clearly putting him and Cold Plum under house arrest. It seemed that Ebony Bald Eagle really intended to give them to the Black Desert General as a gift, but this guy was really ridiculous. If he wanted to leave, let alone those few people who were monitoring him, even if all the mercenaries in the sandcastle were here, how could they stop him? In the dead of night, the door of Ling Xiao's room was quietly pushed open. Alan came in from outside and said in a low voice, "You two, don't sleep. Get up quickly. I'll take you out of here." Ling Xiao and Cold Plum didn't sleep in the first place, so they were naturally very awake at this time. If we leave, I'm afraid you'll be used as a scapegoat, right? Ling Xiao sighed. After all, I'm one of them. What's more, the leader is interested in me. He definitely won't give me to another man easily, so don't worry. Alan smiled and said, after leaving the sandcastle, keep going east and you'll reach Black Raven City. Although the road ahead is quite dangerous, it's safer than the Black Desert. As long as you don't meet the Black Desert General, there won't be any problems. Ling Xiao looked at Alan and said, we appreciate your kindness, but I really don't plan to leave. I believe that as long as we make things clear, the Black Desert General won't make things difficult for you. Oh, you idiot. Alan stomped his feet anxiously. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the room of the Ebony Golden Eagle, the leader of the Golden Condor mercenaries had a sharp blade stuck in his chest. The Ebony Bald Eagle was sitting beside him with a cold look in his eyes. Why? You're my younger brother. Ebony Golden Eagle asked weakly. So what if he's my younger brother? You're really too stupid. You're actually trying to make an enemy out of the Black Desert General. You're simply overestimating yourself. Ebony Condor sneered. As your brother, I will give you a proper burial. Consider it a continuation of our blood relationship. After tomorrow, the Golden Condor mercenaries will join the Black Desert General's army. I will lead my brothers to eat and drink well, but you must die. The people of the Golden Condor mercenary group were all brought up by me. They will definitely avenge me. They will definitely not submit to you so easily. The Ebony Golden Eagle snorted. Big brother, why are you so stupid? Why do I have to keep those two strangers alive? Because they are the scapegoats sent by the heavens for me. Ebony Bald Eagle sneered. Tonight, I will become a hero and kill those two assassins with my own hands. Then, I will openly become the leader of this mercenary group. The Ebony Golden Eagle was stunned for a moment. An expression of despair appeared on his face. He knew that he had been schemed against, and the other party's plan was flawless. If it wasn't for my cultivation, I would never have let you succeed. The ebony golden eagle roared angrily. Hee hee, big brother. Why don't you understand? Do you really think that something went wrong with your cultivation? And why is your golden eagle dispirited? The ebony bald eagle laughed mockingly. That's all because of the black deathworm that the Black Desert General gave me. The black deathworm can absorb the power of darkness and death in the Black Desert. Unless it's a heavenly demon or a martial artist from the Hell Continent, no one can withstand this evil and terrifying aura. You and your golden eagle were both corroded by this dark power. So that's how it is. The ebony golden eagle was stunned for a moment. Then, his eyes almost spat out fire. He tried to stand up and attack the ebony bald eagle. However, the terrifying dark power in his body had already tortured him to the point that he had no strength left. In addition to the black dagger in his chest, the only thing he could do was to wait for the ebony bald eagle to come. All right, since you already know the truth, you can die now. As your brother, at least I didn't let you die without knowing why. The ebony bald eagle sneered. He grabbed the dagger in the ebony golden eagle's chest and twisted it fiercely. The ebony golden eagle died in miserable pain. Do it. He looked out of the window and said. The people outside had long been prepared. Then they began to shout, "Catch the assassins! Catch the assassins!" Ling Xiao was thinking about how to explain to Alan that he didn't want to leave when the door was suddenly kicked open. Seeing their neatly dressed appearance, the people outside the door shouted, "You really want to escape? Catch them and interrogate them. What do you want?" Alan stood in front of Ling Xiao and questioned, "What do we want?" "These two people assassinated the leader, Miss Allen. You'd better get out of the way. This way, the leader won't treat you well in vain." The cultivators standing at the door spoke confidently, as if they were really here to uphold justice. "Impossible. I've been with them all this time. How could they have the time to kill the leader? You must be mistaken." Alan shook his head and said, "So, Miss Allen, you are also an accomplice? I didn't expect the leader to be so good to you. You actually helped these assassins to catch him too." The person outside the door said coldly, "Alan, there's no need to explain. These people obviously came prepared. I saw your leader during the day. His body was clearly eroded by some kind of dark power. Presumably his golden eagle is the same. There are spies in your mercenary group, and more than one. I don't know about the others, but that ebony bald eagle should be the leader of these spies." Alan still wanted to explain, but was stopped by Ling Xiao. "They are brothers." Alan couldn't believe it. In this world, there are many evil people who dare to kill their own parents, not to mention their own brothers. Ling Xiao sighed. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to stay in the Golden Eagle mercenary group tonight. Although he wasn't afraid of the ebony bald eagle, he had his own plans and didn't want to become enemies with them so soon. "Not only did you assassinate the leader, you even dare to slander the vice leader. All of you, attack." 4 to 5 martial artists directly rushed out of the door, pouncing towards Ling Xiao, Long Mei, and Alan. Ling Xiao didn't move. A disdainful sneer hung on his face. Long Mei suddenly released an astonishing killing intent, making the bodies of those martial artists who were originally pouncing out actually stop there. "Scram, or I'll kill all of you." A cold voice came out from Cold Plum's mouth. After following Ling Xiao for so long, this kind of domineering killing intent had gradually been honed. Chapter 1562. What are you afraid of? Get her. The warriors outside continued to shout. Long Mei did not speak any more nonsense. With a flash of her figure, she directly passed by the few martial artists who had rushed in and killed the guy who was the most arrogant. "A bunch of good-for-nothings like you actually dared to attack my master? You overestimate yourselves." Lon looked at all of this in shock. She couldn't believe that this was real. "Let's go. Let's leave this place, this filthy place." Ling Xiao glanced at Alan. He really couldn't bear to leave such a pure lotus flower here to suffer. "You guys go. I still have family here. No matter what, I can't leave. Seeing that you guys are so strong, I'm relieved." Lon smiled. "All right." Ling Xiao nodded and left with Cold Plum. No one dared to stop them. As for Lon, this girl had to experience being framed and persecuted by her companions. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to wake up. Just like Zhao Xi back then, kindness was a good thing, but being too kind would make one naive and stupid. Sometimes, this kindness would be used by others. Anyway, they wouldn't go far. He still had to save Lon, but he wasn't in a hurry. Not long after they left, Lon was tied up and brought to see Ebony Bald Eagle. A bunch of trash. You can't even watch two young people. What's the use of keeping you here? Do you only know how to eat? Ebony Bald Eagle was furious that Ling Xiao and Cold Plum had escaped. Then, he stared at Lon and sneered. Luckily, this bitch didn't escape. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to answer to General Hayamo. Keep an eye on this B*Teach and her stupid brother. Ebony Bald Eagle understood that the reason why Lon didn't choose to escape with Ling Xiao was because of her stupid brother. He had always been unhappy about this. His big brother had raised such a useless person to eat for free in the group. If it wasn't for the fact that he thought that the idiot was still useful, he would have killed him long ago. But Ebony Vulture had never considered that even though the idiot had not contributed much to the group, Alan had contributed more than any other warrior in the group. The benefits that a girl could bring to the Golden Condor mercenary group were even greater than what he, the deputy leader, could get. In any case, selfish people would never see the good in others. They would only see the dark places. Ling Xiao and Cold Plum didn't go too far. They were actually near the sandcastle. Seeing that Alan was fine, they found a quiet place to sit down. The night in the Black Desert seemed to be darker than other places. A terrifying aura of darkness and death was constantly being released from the ground. If it were anyone else, they would probably be on tenterhooks right now and might even be severely injured. However, Ling Xiao and Cold Plum were special. Ling Xiao cultivated the Shadow Profound and could control the power of darkness. He also had the immemorial heavenly demon battle will in his body. Cold Plum had a special ghost spirit, martial spirit. Not only did she not hate the aura of death and darkness, she actually liked it very much. The two of them sat there cross-legged, allowing the aura of darkness and death to invade their bodies. Those powers were originally very arrogant, trying to destroy the two bodies on a large scale. But in the next moment, they realized that the two bodies were actually two traps. Once they entered, the power of darkness and death seemed to be trapped and began to rapidly devour and fuse with them. After only 2 hours, Ling Xiao discovered that his cultivation had broken through again. This kind of breakthrough made him overjoyed. It was much faster than he had imagined. Cold Plum's cultivation did not break through, but it was on the verge of breaking through. As for her martial soul, it was obvious that it had become much stronger. The ghost spirit, who was originally in ragged clothes, was now wearing armor and looked much more impressive than before. Master, there's something strange about this Black Desert. Is there something underground? It's very beneficial to our cultivation. Cold Plum opened her eyes and asked excitedly. If she had discovered the benefits of this place earlier, she believed that it was not impossible for her to break through to the Yin-Yang realm. It's not just the Black Desert. I feel that the closer we get to Black Crow City, the more terrifying this power is. So I suspect that the source of this power of darkness should be near Black Crow City. Ling Xiao analyzed. Master's eyesight is indeed not something I can compare to. I thought it was under the Black Desert. Cold Plum said. This time, we might be able to obtain an unexpected harvest in Black Crow City. Ling Xiao could not help but feel a little excited. But when he thought of Feng Min Qishan's terrifying cultivation, his joy immediately disappeared. I must continue to grow. I can't always rely on Sister Moon Maiden's protection. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. He also discovered that he was now in the Divine Phoenix continent, so the Moon Maiden and the Liquor Demon Sword could still protect him. But once he went to the White Tiger continent, there would be Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists everywhere. There would also be many Yin-Yang Realm experts. It was almost impossible for the Moon Maiden and the Liquor Demon Sword to protect him. His own strength was the most important thing. Let's continue. Ling Xiao glanced at Cold Plum and said, Yes, but Master, I have a question. Do you plan to take Alan away? Cold Plum hesitated for a moment and said, She is a kind girl. It's a pity to waste her in this Black Desert. Moreover, she is very familiar with this area. If we can take her for our own use, It will be very important for the Heavenly Empire to control the Black Desert. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Master's thoughts are indeed the same as Cold Plum's. Cold Plum smiled. When she looked at people, she did not look at their beauty. It was purely based on their practicality. Alan was a useful person to Ling Xiao. This was her judgment. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Hurry up and cultivate. Ling Xiao gently rubbed Cold Plum's head, then closed his eyes and continued to sense the dark force coming from the Black Desert. The sun had just risen, and the Black Desert was not that hot. A group of people was galloping across the desert. Smoke and dust were flying everywhere. Murderous intent filled the air. It was clear that they were going to find someone to settle the score. In the sandcastle, the ebony bald eagle was sitting on a deck chair, drinking herbal tea while tasting grapes. In front of him, two people were hanging on the tower. One was Alan, the other was Alan's brother. At this time, Alan's face was pale. It was obvious that she had been hanging for a long time. She looked at her brother in despair and sighed helplessly. If she could, she really wanted to bear all the pain for her brother. Ebony Bald Eagle, this matter has nothing to do with my brother. Why should he be punished? Alan shouted angrily. What a joke. I am the leader now. If I say it has something to do with it, then it has something to do with it. You work together to kill my brother. This blood debt should be paid with blood. But for the sake of the brothers in the sandcastle, I plan to give you to the Black Desert General as a gift. Chapter 1563. Ebony Bald Eagle sneered. You're too naive. You're willing to stay for a fool. Wouldn't it have been better if you had left with those two strangers? I can't leave. Lon gritted her teeth. She remembered clearly that her parents had given her brother to take care of. How could she go back on her word? Moreover, her parents had been killed because they had taken a knife for her and her brother. If she couldn't even fulfill her parents' wishes, what kind of sister would she be? The atmosphere in the Golden Condor mercenaries was oppressive. Not everyone believed Ebony Bald Eagle. Nearly half of them had guessed the truth, but they didn't dare say anything. Ebony Bald Eagle had power and righteousness in his hands. If they stood up now, they'd be courting death. If they wanted to rebel, they'd need an opportunity. Of course, there were some who didn't care. After all, it was the same no matter who they followed. Lon didn't know what she'd done wrong. Her heart was being tortured. This was also the effect that Ling Xiao wanted. He wanted Lon to know that blindly being kind was meaningless. Sometimes, she'd be in danger. In reality, Lon was no weaker than Ebony Bald Eagle. If she'd waved her arm, the Golden Condor mercenaries would have followed her. But the naive Lon didn't do that. This was why she was in such a dangerous situation. Lon needed to wake up on her own. No one else could help her. Looking at her younger brother, she had already begun to doubt whether everything she had done was right or wrong. In the distance, yellow sand filled the sky. A team was approaching at breakneck speed. They're here. Ebony Bald Eagle looked into the distance excitedly. He jumped down from the sandcastle and knelt in front of the door. The people behind him knelt as well. There were such people who did not want to be a good person and insisted on being someone else's dog. It was hard to understand. Welcome, General Ebony Desert, General Lizard, General Miasma, and General Sandstorm. Ebony Bald Eagle didn't dare to raise his head. After that, many people behind him began to shout. This scene was truly filled with awkwardness. Many of the Golden Condor mercenaries couldn't understand. The Golden Condor mercenary group, which could obviously contend against the Hayamo general, had to kneel to the other party. This made people speechless. The person in the lead was dressed in pitch-black armor, revealing only two eyes. He glanced coldly at the sandcastle in front of him, then looked at Ebony Bald Eagle and asked, "Is your big brother dead?" "What?" The Ebony Vulture was startled. He had worked so hard to blame the two strangers and Alan. This Black Desert General's words exposed him. How should he answer? It's settled. The Ebony Buzzard braced himself and replied, "Ha ha ha, well done. You even dare to harm your own brother. This general likes people like you. Ha ha ha." The Black Desert General was truly cunning. He'd said that to make the Ebony Condor lose control of the Golden Condor Regiment. Otherwise, wouldn't it be very troublesome for him to subdue these people? What if the ebony vulture betrayed him? Now, there was no problem. Most of the members of the Golden Condor clan hated this guy who killed his own brother. The ebony vulture's face was numb. It was as if he'd thought he'd drunk a mouthful of wine, only to find that it was horse urine in his mouth. That feeling was too depressing. Is there anyone who disagrees? The Black Desert General glanced coldly at the sandcastle. Without the Ebony Golden Condor Regiment, he didn't care at all. Whoever dared to rebel, he dared to kill. Bah! Ebony Vulture, you shameless bastard. You really killed the leader. When the guest told me, I was still fantasizing that he'd guessed wrong. I didn't expect all of this to be true. Alan was completely depraved at this time. The leader of the Golden Condor Regiment was interested in her and took care of her. She was also touched. Although she didn't like him, she had always regarded the leader as her savior. But she didn't expect her savior to die so tragically. He was killed by his own brother. She was greatly affected, and her personality began to change. The Ebony Golden Condor didn't know what was good for him. He insisted on being the enemy of the Black Desert General. I killed him for everyone in the regiment. The Ebony Bald Eagle snorted coldly. Well said. Where's the guy's body? The Black Desert General asked. General, it's already been buried. The Ebony Bald Eagle replied. This guy was afraid that others would find clues from the corpse, so he buried the body directly. Unfortunately, his painstaking efforts were of no use at all. Dig it out and whip it. The Black Desert General looked at the Ebony Bald Eagle and said coldly, Even though the Ebony Bald Eagle was shameless and ruthless, he was stunned when he heard this. Of course, it wasn't because he had feelings for the Ebony Golden Condor. It was purely because he would be seen as an enemy if he treated his brother like that in front of the Golden Condor Regiment. Wouldn't he be killed in the future? You don't want to? The Black Desert General looked at the Ebony Bald Eagle with a cold glint in his eyes. Yes, yes. The Ebony Vulture's body trembled, and it actually agreed. Ha ha ha, that's an obedient dog. I like you even more. The Black Desert General laughed loudly. The humiliation of the Golden Condor Regiment satisfied his strong desire for revenge. After all, the Ebony Golden Condor had severely injured his men. Today is an eye-opener for me. I can't believe I met such a shameless person. Not only did he kill his own brother, he even wants to whip his body. In the Golden Condor Regiment, there are so many men, but they can't even compare to a woman. At this moment, a cold voice was heard from afar. Before the person could be seen, the voice was very clear. This voice caused everyone to be stunned for a moment. Immediately, they looked in the direction of the voice. In the distance, two figures came together. It was Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. The one who spoke was naturally Ling Xiao. Seeing that Ling Xiao had walked into the trap, the Ebony Bald Eagle looked at the Black Desert General excitedly and said, General, these two outsiders killed General Scorpion. Idiot, why did you two come back? Although Lan had become evil, it didn't mean that she couldn't differentiate between good and evil. She was just more determined than before. Although her voice was full of resentment and confusion, to be honest, she felt warm in her heart. Her own people weren't willing to help her, but two strangers were willing to step into the tiger's den for her. How could she not be excited? We just went out for a walk. We didn't say we were leaving. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, I just didn't expect to see such a good show. The Black Desert General looked at Ling Xiao and Cold Plum and couldn't make up his mind. Although these two young people didn't look very strong, they were probably not weak if they could kill General Scorpion. Chapter 1564. The Black Desert General couldn't figure out Ling Xiao's strength, so he naturally wanted to find someone to be his cannon fodder. He suddenly looked at the Ebony Bald Eagle and said, We'll talk about whipping the corpse later. Go and kill that man first. If you succeed, I'll let you live a good life by my side. Yes, sir. The Ebony Bald Eagle obviously preferred this to whipping the corpse. After all, in his eyes, these two youngsters who came out of nowhere should be easy to deal with. He stood up and looked coldly at Ling Xiao, his entire body erupting with a powerful aura. Kid, you're out of luck. Why did you come back when you left? The Ebony Bald Eagle sneered and pounced forward, his hands as sharp and terrifying as an eagle's claws. One could even hear the sound of something tearing through the air. Not bad. This ebony bald eagle is comparable to the three of you. The Black Desert General smiled. He was quite satisfied with this new dog. The ebony bald eagle became even more excited when he heard the Black Desert General's words. It seemed to be an honor to be treated as a loyal dog by the Black Desert General. In an instant, the ebony bald eagle was in front of Ling Xiao. It was too fast. It was impossible for an ordinary martial artist to dodge at this distance. This guy only knows how to bully the youngsters. It's a pity that these two had nothing to do with Scorpion's death, right? The Lizard General smiled and said, "It's good enough that they've reached the third Grotto Heaven realm at this age. They're not even comparable to Scorpion General's Pinky, right?" Many people agreed with this. Everyone in the Black Desert General's army and the Golden Condor mercenaries thought so. Lan's face was sad. She couldn't save her brother and had caused the death of innocent people. This made her feel guilty. This was the ebony bald eagle. In the Golden Condor mercenaries, besides the leader, this guy was the strongest. Ling Xiao didn't seem to be on guard at all. He was too arrogant. If he was hit, it would be too late for regrets. A few people on the Black Desert General's side smiled proudly. It seemed that this stranger was an idiot. Bang! The ebony bald eagle's sharp talons struck Ling Xiao viciously. However, at this moment, everyone's gaze froze. The mockery and laughter stopped abruptly. Although Ling Xiao was hit, he was unharmed. Not only that, even his clothes didn't flutter in the slightest. "This is your so-called strength?" Ling Xiao looked at the ebony bald eagle mockingly and said with a cold smile, "You only know that the Black Desert General is strong, but you don't know that there is always someone stronger. Are you used to being a frog at the bottom of a well?" "No, this is impossible." The ebony buzzard screamed crazily, its face contorted. He attacked continuously in a frenzy. Ling Xiao still didn't fight back. He didn't even move an inch. He just looked at this guy coldly. "Are you tickling me?" He couldn't help but yawn as he teased. It wasn't just him. Even the Black Desert General's eyes had turned serious. He knew the ebony bald eagle's strength. Compared to the 4 fierce generals under his command, the ebony bald eagle wasn't inferior at all. His frenzied attacks couldn't even tear his opponent's clothes apart. He could clearly see that there was a ball of energy around the kid's body that was almost invisible to the naked eye. It was the protective Yuan energy. Every Grotto Heaven Realm warrior had this, but how could the protective Yuan energy be so strong? What was this kid's cultivation level? "Are you done? If you are, it's time for you to die." Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded again. "Although I didn't have much interaction with your dead brother, I hate people like you the most. If I don't kill you, I'll feel disgusted." After speaking, Ling Xiao didn't make a move. A ball of light appeared on the surface of his body, and then a scorching heat spread through the ebony bald eagle's body. The poor ebony bald eagle, a half-Yin-Yang realm warrior with Yin-Yang origin energy, had died at the hands of Ling Xiao. There was no corpse left. Not even a strand of hair could be found. The ebony bald eagle died just like that? Did he really kill the Scorpion General? The Black Desert General was shocked when he saw this. He didn't believe the ebony bald eagle's words at first, thinking that the ebony bald eagle was just randomly biting people. But after seeing this scene, he had no choice but to believe it. If this young man could kill the ebony bald eagle without making a move, then he could easily kill the Scorpion General. "Aya, I feel so much better after getting rid of a scumbag. Cold Plum, go save Lon and his brother." Ling Xiao stretched lazily and said with a smile, "Yes, master." Cold Plum flashed to the top of the city gate tower and untied the two of them from the ropes. No one dared to stop her. At this moment, both the Golden Condor mercenaries and the Black Desert General's men were shocked by Ling Xiao's strength. No one thought of stopping Cold Plum, who was the one who said that they wanted to arrest me as an assassin last night. Ling Xiao glanced at the mercenaries on the sandcastle, his Tai Chi eyes flashing fiercely. He planned to take in the Golden Condor mercenaries, but he wouldn't let the Black Sheep live. In just a moment, Ling Xiao had seen through everyone's thoughts in the sandcastle. People were the easiest to recognize when they panicked. Ordinary people couldn't see it, but the Tai Chi eyes could. Kill. As a cold voice sounded, the martial artists who followed the ebony bald eagle's rebellion all fell into a pool of blood. A black shadow flashed beside each of them. Lon had been saved by Cold Plum. She looked at all of this in shock, unable to believe what she was seeing. She thought that Ling Xiao and Cold Plum were just two arrogant young heroes who were naive and had a sense of justice. She didn't expect that she was the most naive one. Ling Xiao's strength was far more terrifying than she had imagined. "Kid, did you kill the Scorpion General?" The Black Desert General suddenly asked. "I killed him. So what?" He thought that Ling Xiao would beat around the bush, but he didn't expect this guy to answer directly without thinking. "A scumbag who deserves to die as much as the ebony bald eagle, especially since he dared to target my woman," Ling Xiao said coldly. "Very well, it's good that you admit it. I'll let you go today, but I'll kill you when we meet again." The Black Desert General had good eyesight and could see how terrifying Ling Xiao was. He didn't have full confidence in killing Ling Xiao, so he planned to find a few more helpers after leaving. However, did he think that Ling Xiao was waiting for him here just to save Lon? Lon was naive, and the Black Desert General was naive enough. "Since you're here, don't leave." Ling Xiao's voice was cold and calm, as if the hundreds of people brought by the Black Desert General were made of paper. Chapter 1565. "Kid, what did you say?" The Black Desert General frowned. He didn't want to provoke the other party, and he thought that the other party didn't want to provoke him, but it seemed that he was wrong. "I said, since you're here, don't leave. How about all of you die here?" Ling Xiao said with a smile, but that smile was a little creepy. "Lizard, bring your men and teach this brat a lesson." The Black Desert General roared. "General, don't be angry. There's no need for others. I alone can swallow this kid." The Lizard General's eyesight obviously couldn't compare to the Black Desert General's. The Black Desert General knew that Ling Xiao was powerful, so he asked the Lizard General to bring his men. But the Lizard General was an idiot, and he insisted on going alone. "Let's go together. This kid is not easy to deal with." The Black Desert General said coldly. "Okay." The Lizard General didn't dare to disobey the Black Desert General's words. He called a dozen of his subordinates and charged at Ling Xiao with weapons. The Lizard General was a warrior of the Lizard tribe. He was huge, at least 3 to 4 meters tall. His terrifying body was like a huge lizard. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he charged at Ling Xiao. Saliva kept flowing out of his bloody mouth. Golden Crow Rising Sun. Without drawing his sword, Ling Xiao just waved his hand. A golden crow flew into the sky and plunged into the crowd. For a moment, screams came one after another. It was like purgatory on earth. The first to bear the brunt was the Lizard General. His body had become a roasted lizard. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It even emitted a fragrance. Although this move wasn't too powerful when used barehanded, the opponent was too weak. For the current Ling Xiao, this move was more than enough to deal with him. Thinking back to when he was in the Killing Dragon Forest, he had to draw his sword and use his martial soul to win against Boasheng. Although it was easier to win, it was more exhausting. Today, facing the Lizard General, who was at the same cultivation level as Boasheng, it was too easy to kill him. This time, the Black Desert General's expression became worse. It was just that he was wearing a black mask, so others couldn't see his ugly expression. However, the expressions of the other two generals were absolutely fascinating. It was a strange expression that was almost a mixture of stupefaction and panic. The Lizard General and a dozen or so Grotto Heaven Realm experts were gone. Just like that? Where did this kid come from? How could he be so terrifying? It's meaningless to let your subordinates die. You should do it yourself. Perhaps you'll have a small chance of winning. Ling Xiao looked at the HMO General with contempt and said disdainfully, "Brat, I didn't make a move because you're so powerful at such a young age. I don't want you to die. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" The Black Desert General said coldly, That sounds nice, but why does it sound like you're running away? If you're not going to make a move, then I'll start killing first." Ling Xiao smiled. "Kid, let's mind our own business. Why do you have to force me so bitterly?" The Black Desert General was clearly afraid. The more discerning a person was, the more they understood how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Mind our own business? Now you're saying that? But what were you doing just now? You let the ebony vulture kill me? Let your lizard general kill me? If I wasn't strong enough, wouldn't I have become a corpse by now? Ling Xiao mocked. Those who don't know are innocent. In this black desert, befriending me will bring you great benefits. The Black Desert General's words made the others feel dizzy when they heard it. Was this still the Black Desert General who was known for his cruelty and ran rampant in the Black Desert? It didn't seem like it at all. How could the Black Desert General say such words? They didn't understand because the Black Desert General had never met such a terrifying opponent so far. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so surprised. The Black Desert is going to be mine soon. Why should I care about your face? Ling Xiao mocked. Are you Ling Xiao, the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire? The Black Desert General's eyes widened in horror. Ling Xiao was the terrifying existence who killed the Raven Queen, Prince Tomohiko Kuma, and State Preceptor Timur Mutu. Good eyesight. Unfortunately, it's useless. I don't even have the thought of taking someone like you as a slave. Ling Xiao seemed to have lost his patience. Scorpionly, do it. I know you're here. He yawned and didn't even have the thought of doing it. Yes, Your Majesty. A voice suddenly came from the desert. Then, one by one, the Scorpionmen warriors came out of the Black Desert. Following their appearance, a series of mournful screams could be heard. The Black Desert General was horrified to find that the warriors around him fell to the ground one by one and died one by one. In the blink of an eye, he had become a complete loner, shivering in the cold wind. The black war horses were whining, the wind was whistling, and blood was flying all over the sky. It was like a terrifying Azura field. These people didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. Under the leadership of the Black Desert General, they wanted to kill Ling Xiao and take away the women around Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao didn't even have to do anything, and they died one by one. This was simply a textbook case of karma. I surrender. I'm willing to be loyal to the Celestial Empire and will never betray it. The Black Desert General was extremely terrified when he saw the people around him fall one by one. He couldn't deal with Ling Xiao, and he knew the newcomer, Scorpionly. He was one of the experts of the Scorpionmen tribe in the past. At that time, he was no match for Scorpionly. Scorpionly was obviously a Yin-Yang realm expert now. He had no chance of winning. If he continued to stubbornly resist, only death would await him. Benefactor, can you give me his life? Alan suddenly said, although this request is a bit too much, I still hope you can agree. My parents were killed by him. I still can't forget that dark day. Okay, it was the same whether Ling Xiao killed the Black Desert General or not. It was better to let Alan handle it, and let Alan owe him a favor. Your Majesty, the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire, you have to think clearly. Although I, the Hayamo General, am no match for you, I belong to the Blood Prince. If you kill me, you can forget about agreeing with the Black Raven Empire. The Black Desert General stared at Ling Xiao and said, the Blood Prince is now the most powerful warlord in the Black Crow Empire. If you want to get the Black Crow Empire, leave me alive. This way, there will be a buffer. I'll naturally serve you. Alan looked at Ling Xiao and said, he's right. Your Majesty, my benefactor, I can let go of my personal grudges for your sake. He's not that valuable. Do it. Ling Xiao didn't even blink. He didn't know the Blood Prince, and there was no need for him to know him. He was definitely not a good person to have raised such a guy. Sooner or later, he would be destroyed. Chapter 1566. Father, Mother, you have avenged your father. After killing General Hayamo with her own hands, Alan burst into tears. She was excited and touched, mixed with the pain of the past. From today onwards, I, Alan, swear to follow His Majesty the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. After killing General Hayamo, the second thing Alan did was to pledge her loyalty to Ling Xiao. She swore in front of her parents' corpses that if someone could avenge her, she would never regret it. You're too serious. I don't mind being a servant, but I do need a valiant general like you. How about this? The rest of the Golden Condor mercenary group will be under your command. You will follow Xieli's orders directly. What do you think? Ling Xiao did not need so many slaves. For someone like Alan, being a general was much more useful than being a slave. I will do as you say. Good. Xieli, what about General Heimo? Ling Xiao asked. Your Majesty, more than 50,000 people have been killed and 100,000 surrendered. They are now under the command of my general, Xiemeng. Xieli replied, Very good. I estimate that the Blood Prince's army will arrive soon. This duel will be the best opportunity for these people to show their loyalty. Ling Xiao certainly would not kill all of them. If he did, his army would not be able to expand. In his memory of the other world, there was an army that had grown from a few hundred people to 1,000,000. Many of them had surrendered and were equally powerful. He felt that this method was much better than pure slaughter. After all, he was not a bloodthirsty person. If he was not forced into a corner, he would not have taken action. Your Majesty, listen to me. The Blood Prince has hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and his strength is even more terrifying. We should not be enemies with him before we stabilize the city. Alan said, in particular, the Blood Prince's 13 generals are all as powerful as General Heimo. He has even reached the Yin-Yang realm. He is not to be trifled with. Oh, the Blood Prince is a Yin-Yang realm warrior? This is interesting. After last night's cultivation, Ling Zhao's cultivation had reached the half-step Yin-Yang realm and possessed 30% of his Yin-Yang essence energy. If the Blood Prince's cultivation was only around the first level of Yin-Yang realm, he could still give it a try. With his current cultivation speed, he was still not satisfied. Only a battle of life and death could fully stimulate the potential in his body. Perhaps the heavenly demon-fighting spirit could completely erupt in this black desert and help him enter the Yin-Yang realm. As long as he stepped into the Yin-Yang realm, the gap between him and Fengming Qishan would not be that big. How could he give up such a good opportunity? Alan, I know you have good intentions, but I came to the Black Crow Empire this time to annex it. Although I may not be able to do it completely, as long as I can conquer the Black Desert and Black Crow City, I'll have a firm foothold. Do you understand? I don't have a path of retreat right now. The moment I retreat, the Black Crow Empire might very quickly become a vassal of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Ling Xiao shook his head. Since your Majesty has said so, Alan is willing to be the vanguard. Alan gritted his teeth and said, No problem. Xieli, gather the army and build fortifications. The Blood Prince will be back soon. After all, this place is very close to Black Crow City. The Blood Prince will definitely not allow a riot to happen behind his back. Ling Xiao ordered, I'm already doing it. Xieli replied, Okay, when the battle starts later, you'll still have the command. Just pretend that I don't exist. My target is only the Blood Prince. You can deal with the rest. Is that okay? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. He felt that his subordinates had gradually grown up. There were many things that he did not have to do personally. No problem. Xieli nodded confidently. Then, the army gathered. General Heimo had more than 100,000 subordinates. The Golden Condor mercenary group had more than 10,000 subordinates. The Heavenly Empire had more than 50,000 subordinates. A total of 160,000 subordinates. However, this time, it was General Heimo and the 110,000 subordinates of the Golden Condor mercenary group who were going to charge in front of the Blood Prince's army. Ling Xiao floated in the air and said in a cold and domineering voice, You may feel that it's unfair and cowardly. But let me tell you, fair treatment is bought with blood and achievements. If you want the same rights and treatment as my army, you have to show your bravery and loyalty on the battlefield. When this war is over, all the survivors will get the rewards and treatment you deserve. From then on, there will be no distinction between nobility and lowly. Now, whether you think you are cannon fodder or warriors, you have to charge in front of me. Those who dare to desert will not only die, but also have their divine souls destroyed and can never be reincarnated. Fight bravely. Good wine and beautiful women are beckoning to you. Your family will also receive the best care. A meteoric rise is just around the corner. Only death awaits those who betray me. Your family will also be implicated. From then on, they will be slaves and will never be able to raise their heads. Kill. kill, kill. Only by completely severing these people's thoughts of betrayal and escape could they truly cut off all means of retreat and fight to the death. Of course, Ling Xiao would not let them be cannon fodder. This war was just a test of loyalty and bravery. For those warriors who were truly willing to fight with their lives on the line, he would do everything he could to protect them. He would not let them bleed and cry. For cowards and traitors, just as he said, not only would their death not be regretted, they would never be reincarnated. He had the ability to do so. In the army, there were waves of roars that shook the sky. At this time, these people were not fighting for Ling Xiao, but for themselves. This was enough. On the battlefield, as long as one was brave enough to fight, it did not matter who they fought for. The next morning, after a night of rest, the army's spirit had more or less recovered. Ling Xiao gave them the best recovery elixirs, although the elixirs in Ling Xiao's storage ring were almost used up. However, this action also made everyone believe Ling Xiao's words. He really did not let them be cannon fodder and die. This war was just to test their loyalty and bravery. In the distance, the earth began to shake. Black sand danced in the air, and a murderous aura surged, making everyone a little nervous and a little excited. The Blood Prince was here. He was here for revenge. The army did not stop. After seeing the target, the red-robed man in the lead directly gave the order, "Kill. Leave no one alive. Kill, kill, kill." The Blood Prince's army was also in high morale. They wanted to use killing the traitors to gain military merits for themselves. On the side of the Heavenly Empire, Xieli also waved the battle flag in his hand and gave the order, "Kill." When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave will win. The enemy's number is not much more than ours. For your future, kill with all your might. Chapter 1567. The Blood Prince's army was only around 150,000 people. After all, his territory was relatively large. It was impossible for him to bring all of his people. Otherwise, there would definitely be trouble elsewhere. Kill. The Heavenly Empire's army also charged out. Both sides did not play any tricks. It was just a serious head-on clash. This was the true meaning of meeting enemies on a narrow path, and the brave wins. Boom. The two armies collided. The two forces exploded in the black desert, raising black sand that filled the sky. The curtains of a bloody battle had been drawn. Very few people noticed that a strange white light appeared under the ground of this black desert. This white light enveloped the Heavenly Empire's army. Everyone immediately felt that their bodies were filled with strength. Even their defense and speed had increased a lot. Of course, this was one of the preparations that Ling Xiao made. He said that he wanted to test the quality of the team, not to send these people to their deaths. One night was enough for him to set up a powerful formation. But this was not the end. Ling Xiao opened the Holy King's eye. In the sky, a white-clothed Holy King appeared. Then, a blood-boiling battle song resounded through the clouds. The Heavenly Empire's army in the battle discovered that the wounds on their bodies, as long as they were not fatal, began to heal faster and faster. This scene caused their fighting spirit to soar and their morale to soar. Kill. Although the Black Desert General was cruel, there were no cowards under his command. In addition, Ling Xiao's previous words made them fight to the death as if they had been injected with chicken blood. There were a few who wanted to defect, but before Ling Xiao could make a move, they were killed by the people beside them. This was the true meaning of unity as an impregnable fortress. The desire to live and the hope of victory made them willing to fight to the death. Not to mention those people from the Golden Eagle mercenary group. Under Alan's leadership, no one surrendered. Although there were many who died in battle, more people were still alive. One of them, after killing more than 10 enemies, finally fell to the ground and could not get up. Just as he was about to be assassinated by the enemy, a black shadow suddenly appeared beside him and saved him. He was brought back to the barracks and began to receive treatment. His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor is indeed true to his words. He won't let us bleed and cry. This scene was happening all over the battlefield. Many people saw this, so they were even more willing to fight to the death. Previously, some people had held back because they were afraid that they would be killed after being injured. But now, they felt that there was no need to hold back. As long as he wasn't killed directly, even if he was injured, he would still be saved. It was obvious that the Blood Prince had also noticed the situation. He stared coldly at Ling Xiao, who was hovering in midair. He knew that the key to this war was this guy. If they didn't kill this guy, they might really lose this war. After Ling Xiao released the Holy King, he released the Son of Shadow and the Son of Light to save people. After that, he did not do anything else. In this battle, other than assisting, he tried his best not to do anything if he could. Your Highness, please allow this subordinate to take that bastard's head. With him around, this battle is extremely disadvantageous for us. Next to the Blood Prince, a young man in black said respectfully, "My dear 100 sons, since you have such thoughts, go and take that person's head for your father." The Blood Prince nodded and said, "Legend had it that this Blood Prince was even older than the Raven Queen. He had 100 children, all of whom were sons, and each of them was quite powerful. This 100 sons were the best of the best. Their cultivation had reached the half-step Yin-Yang realm, and their Yin-Yang Yuan force was extremely powerful. Your Highness, I will use my sharp teeth to suck his blood dry and turn him into a dried corpse to make a battle robe for you." The 100 sons smiled and then slowly rose into the air. A pair of fleshy wings spread out from his back. They looked like the wings of a bat. Could it be that this Blood Prince is actually the leader of the vampire bats? Ling Xiao knew that in the mystic world, there were thousands of races competing for supremacy. Especially in the primordial age, after the human emperor established himself, there were too many races of different races that could reproduce smoothly. A race of vampire bats was really rare. At the very least, Ling Xiao had never seen one before. When he was about 50 meters away from Ling Xiao, Baizi revealed his sharp teeth and claws and laughed sinisterly. "Brat, I won't let you die so easily. I'm going to use my teeth to pierce a hole in your clean neck. Then, I will suck your blood dry and let you wail in pain and struggle until you finally die." Ling Xiao didn't even look at the 100 sons. His gaze was fixed on the Blood Prince. On this battlefield, only the Blood Prince could arouse his interest. Although he might not be able to defeat the Blood Prince with his current strength, this battle was a must. He needed stimulation. Only this kind of stimulation could allow him to grow faster. In fact, many people in the mystic world knew of this method to increase one's strength, but not many dared to try it. This was because most people were afraid of dying. It was fine to do it once or twice, but if he kept risking his life like this, he might really die one day. But Ling Xiao didn't care about this. Especially now, he had the 9 deaths reincarnation technique. Even if he really died, it was possible to break through the shackles and break through cultivation. Moreover, his movement technique was so powerful. With so many life-saving methods, how could he die so easily? Ling Xiao's contempt made the 100 sons full of anger. The reason why he said those words was nothing more than to make Ling Xiao feel fear and then panic. What he loved the most was to see the struggling faces of his prey before they died. It really made him feel a strong sense of excitement. But Ling Xiao's face didn't have it. He didn't even look at him. This made him furious to the extreme. In his eyes, a furious red light flickered. That red light really looked different from that of a human. It looked like he really was the descendant of the vampire bat clan. Die, human. The 100 sons let out a strange scream, making many people's ears hurt. Then, he turned into a black shadow and closed the distance of 50 meters in an instant. At this time, Ling Xiao glanced at him and found that the power of darkness in the Black Desert was somewhat similar to the inner strength in this guy's body. Could it be that the power of darkness and death in the Black Crow Empire was actually related to the Vampire Bat Clan? Facing the enemy flying towards him, he was still thinking about other things. He didn't take his opponent seriously. The moment he closed in on Ling Xiao, when he was about 1 or 2 meters away, the nails of the 100 sons suddenly grew long, like the claws of a bat. The pair of long teeth in his mouth also became sharper and even flickered with a cold light. The warriors of the Vampire Bat Clan generally didn't use weapons. This was because they carried their own weapons, which was very similar to many Avian and Beast Clan warriors. Chapter 1568. Kill him. A shocking roar came from the Blood Prince's battle formation. This was because the Blood Prince's army was at a huge disadvantage on the ground. 150,000 soldiers against 110,000. In just a few minutes, they had already lost more than 10,000 soldiers. If this situation continued, their advantage in numbers would soon be completely wiped out. And the main culprit was Ling Xiao. Therefore, they really hoped that Ling Xiao would die. As long as Ling Xiao died, they would naturally be able to quickly regain their advantage. A sinister smile appeared on Blood Prince Baizi's face. It was as if he could already see Ling Xiao lying in a pool of blood and gradually turning into a dried corpse. However, Ling Xiao still had no intention of making a move at such a close distance. The three-leaf demonic pupil in his right eye suddenly appeared, and a soul-sucking ray of light shot towards Baizi. Baizi was less than a foot away from Ling Xiao, but his body seemed to be bound by lightning, and he was completely unable to move. Then, a cold ray of light shot out from Ling Xiao's side. It was cold plumb, like a blade of death drawn from the realm of ghosts. It directly pierced through Baizi's forehead. From the beginning to the end, Baizi's eyes were only filled with fear, but he was unable to resist at all. In fear and regret, he quickly extinguished his life and turned into a corpse. Then, he fell to the ground and was trampled into meat paste with the other corpses. Yes, after my cultivation increased, the power of the three-leaf demonic pupil has indeed increased by a lot. Although this Baizi was a little stupid, he was still an expert with 30% of his yin-yang essence energy. He was actually completely stunned by my three-leaf demonic pupil in an instant. Terrifying. Ling Xiao lowered his head and muttered to himself. He was very satisfied with his attempt this time. Cold Plum, how do you feel? Ling Xiao suddenly asked Cold Plum. Master, just as you expected, after killing this vampire Bat Clan's warrior, a warm current suddenly appeared in my body. Then, I could clearly feel that my strength had increased, even though it was only a small increase. Cold Plum replied. Interesting. Let's start the slaughter then. I believe that we will encounter something very interesting in this trip to the Black Crow Empire. Perhaps it will be something that you and I have never encountered before. It's dangerous, but it's also an opportunity. Ling Xiao was a little excited. He had not only set up the array formation last night, but he had also studied the characteristics of the energy under the Black Desert. For martial artists with dark attribute internal energy, they could actually directly absorb it. No wonder his cultivation could rise so quickly. The vampire Bat Clan's internal energy was very similar to this kind of power. Since that was the case, killing them to obtain an increase in cultivation was also valid. Of course, last night was just a guess, but now, it was a real test and confirmation. Cold Plum entered the battlefield and began her slaughter. Originally, neither she nor Ling Xiao had planned to participate in this battle. However, since there was such a great benefit to killing the vampire bats, the situation was different. Wings of darkness appeared on Ling Xiao's back. He could feel that the energy absorbed from the Black Desert had increased. The Holy King was still floating in the sky while he charged towards the Blood Prince. Since the Blood Prince was unwilling to take action, he could only force him to take action. His body released a terrifying killing intent that was enough to incite the Blood Prince's battle intent. Long live! Seeing Ling Xiao kill 100 of the Blood Prince, the Heavenly Empire's army cheered loudly. Their morale soared once again. On the other hand, the Blood Prince's morale dropped even further. They did not expect Ling Xiao's strength to be so terrifying. 100 half-step yin-yang realm martial artists with 30% of their yin-yang origin energy couldn't even touch him. What was even more terrifying was that this attack had angered this expert. A terrifying killing intent filled the entire battlefield, causing all the Blood Prince's soldiers to tremble. Your Highness, let us go. You don't have to take action. This time, the Blood Prince did not bring his 13 generals. That was because the 13 of them each had their own duties and areas under their control. However, he brought his 100 sons. He believed that they could improve on the battlefield. Seeing 100 of his sons killed, the other 99 were enraged and swore to avenge their brothers. Yes, the Blood Prince glanced at his sons. His originally ashen face looked much better. He did not believe that his 99 sons could not kill a brat who looked like he was still young. Everyone attacked together. Don't let that bastard escape. Avenge our brothers. One of the 99 sons shouted. Then, all 99 of them spread their wings and soared into the sky. They were like 99 huge vampire bats, quite united. Unfortunately, they're only here to die. There was only coldness in Ling Xiao's eyes. His target was the Blood Prince. However, if anyone dared to stop him, he would not show mercy. This Blood Prince was quite ambitious. He actually dared to bring all his sons to the battlefield. If they all died, wouldn't he die in pain? He did not notice that the blood on the corpses of the 100 sons killed by Cold Plum seemed to have been sucked away by something. They instantly turned into dried corpses. This seemed to be the beginning of some evil ritual. No one knew who was behind all this. Of course, it could also be that no one was behind it. Perhaps some ancient array was activated by the blood of the Blood Prince's sons? Of course, Ling Xiao did not know any of this. He only had eyes for the Blood Prince. Ice's fury had already appeared in his hand. Then, the dark demon sword hung above his head. The two swords merged into one. Ling Xiao held the sword with both hands. The killing sword intent became even more violent. A pitch-black demon sword appeared behind him. It was the ancestor of the sword demon, Yi Gushun. He was the ancestor of all the demon swords with dark and chaos attributes. The moment Yi Gushun's figure appeared, the dark demon sword in Ling Xiao's hand became even more terrifying. Killing intent rumbled. All of the 99 scions were stunned. In this black desert, there was actually someone even more frightening than their dark power. Don't be afraid. Attack together. Don't forget, His Highness the Prince is right behind us. Letting him pass will be a disgrace to all of us. Amidst the angry roars, the 99 sons attacked at the same time. 99 dark auras shot toward Ling Xiao like lightning. Here comes the experience. Ling Xiao looked at the 99 figures, and his eyes actually shone with excitement. Dark demon sword, body destruction. The explosive sword chi danced in the air, and any figure that came into contact with this terrifying sword chi was torn apart, turning into corpses. Fresh blood sprayed onto the black desert and was quickly absorbed by the desert. At the same time, strange symbols and inscriptions flickered on the black desert. Although they disappeared in a flash and no one noticed, it could not be denied that they had appeared. The battle continued. None of the 99 sons could block Ling Xiao's attack. Chapter 1569. Ling Xiao's figure flashed in the crowd, and the corpses fell to the ground like rain. Then, he could feel a warm current flowing into his body. It's indeed a little, but it's much more than sitting cross-legged and cultivating, Ling Xiao muttered in his heart as he discovered that his cultivation had actually broken through yet again. 40% of yin-yang yuan energy. It was amazingly fast. He felt extremely lucky to have come to the Black Crow Empire this time. If he hadn't come, he wouldn't have had such an opportunity. 90 of his 99 sons had died, and only 9 of them were left. Their cultivation was 40% of yin-yang yuan energy. Previously, they could still cause some trouble for Ling Xiao. However, as Ling Xiao's cultivation increased, they no longer had the ability to resist. However, Ling Xiao, who was attacking, suddenly stopped. He finally found the strange situation in the Black Desert. It was normal for the blood to be absorbed. After all, it was a desert. However, the strange black inscriptions and symbols that flickered frequently made people feel very uncomfortable. The Blood Prince seemed to have noticed this too. However, unlike Ling Xiao's astonishment, the Blood Prince's expression was different. This guy actually did something that left everyone dumbfounded. He killed all of his remaining 9 sons. Then, he actually laid down on the black desert and shouted with a voice that was close to madness, "O dark earth, O great blood devil god, your lowly servant has always believed that the legend is true. Now, your servant is willing to sacrifice the blood of 100 sons to you. I hope you can accept it." Not enough. Not enough. A terrifying voice came from underground, and both armies were suddenly stunned. Ling Xiao felt the seriousness of the matter. He turned back and said, Xieli, lead the army and withdraw from this black desert immediately. I feel that something terrible is about to happen. But Your Majesty, what about you? Xieli asked. Don't worry about me. Take them away first. These warriors have already proven their loyalty and bravery on the battlefield. From now on, they are all warriors of our heavenly dynasty empire. We must treat them all equally. Go, but send people to pay close attention to the situation here. Ling Xiao ordered. This is an order, a decree from the celestial emperor. You cannot disobey. Understood. Helplessly, Xieli could only order the army to retreat. The remaining 100,000 soldiers of the Blood Prince's side didn't give chase. Because something strange happened. As the terrifying sound came from underground, the warriors of the Vampire Bat clan were entangled by the black inscriptions and dragged into the pitch-black desert. This included the Blood Prince himself, who had sacrificed himself as well. Even Ling Xiao was dumbfounded by this terrifying scene. Your Majesty, let's go. Either we return to the territory of the Celestial Empire or go to the Black Raven City. We can't stay here any longer. I didn't expect the legend to be true. Everyone treated it as a joke. Alan, why didn't you leave? Ling Xiao turned around and realized that Alan had appeared beside him. Your Majesty, if you want to stay, I'm the best guide. Alan replied, That's true. Ling Xiao had to admit that Alan's words made sense. Then, he touched the beast ring in his hand, and a golden eagle flew out of it. It's the golden eagle of Leader Ebony. Alan shouted in surprise. That's right. This guy was almost killed by the ebony bald eagle. I saved him. So after his master was killed, he followed me. There's no time to explain. So come on up. Lon, tell me, what is the legend of the Black Earth? Ling Xiao gave a simple explanation as to why he had obtained the green-eyed golden eagle. Then, he led the conversation to the terrifying legend. It's too late. Your Majesty, where are you going? We must set off immediately. Alan shouted anxiously. Let's go to the Black Raven City. No matter what happens, we can't change our plan. Ling Xiao thought for a while. Okay. The blue-eyed golden eagle screeched and then flew in the direction of the Black Raven City. But at this moment, a black light came from the desert. It was extremely fast. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's reaction was fast enough. He blocked it with the dark demon sword and prevented the golden eagle from being shot directly. But even so, they were almost sent flying to the ground. Ling Xiao leaned over and looked. On the ground, a strange guy appeared. In the direction where the Blood Prince disappeared, a blood shadow appeared. The black light was released from the direction of the blood shadow. Puff! Another beam of black light shot out. But this time, Ling Xiao was fully prepared. He slashed down with the dark demon sword. Although its body was sent back a few meters, the golden eagle was not affected. You two, stay away for now, Ling Xiao ordered, but his eyes were fixed on the blood shadow on the ground. Soon, the blood shadow became clear. The Blood Prince's figure appeared, but the Blood Prince at this time was very different from before. On his back, the black fleshy wings turned blood red. On his head, there was a pair of long scarlet horns. His body grew from about 2 meters to about 4 meters. His burly body and ferocious face made this guy look more like a terrifying monster. At the same time, the terrifying aura of darkness and death on his body became more intense. It was almost exactly the same as the aura under the Black Desert. What the hell? Ling Xiao felt as if he was flying on a flying sword today. It was so King exhilarating. Your Majesty, be careful. This guy may be the legendary blood demon. Like the sky demon, earth demon, human demon, and insect demon, they are all demons that appeared during the ancient war. The sky demon and insect demon came from outer space. The earth demon came from hell. The human demon was formed by the warriors of the 10,000 races. The blood demon was born from the blood and resentment of the ancient battlefield, so it was almost impossible to destroy. Wherever there was war, there would be blood demons. The blood demons generally did not have a specific form. They were just blood shadows, but like the sky demon, they could also possess bodies. And the most terrifying thing was that they could use blood to strengthen the creatures they possessed. This is exactly the same as in the legends. On the blue-eyed golden eagle in the distance, Alan explained to Ling Xiao, TSK, a blood prince is actually being controlled by the blood demon. This sounds really embarrassing. However, it seems like he asked for it. Ling Xiao saw that the blood prince's eyes had lost their original light. There was only killing and hatred left. He knew that this guy was being controlled. It was probably the same for the 100,000 troops under his command. It was just that this guy was stronger, so his conversion speed was faster. Those guys were weaker, so their conversion speed was slower. Chapter 1570. This guy doesn't want us to leave, right? Ling Xiao realized that the moment they tried to leave, the blood prince would suddenly attack. A black light would shoot out of his mouth. It was fast, powerful, and extremely accurate. If it was Ling Xiao, he could dodge it. But the blue-eyed golden eagle couldn't. You two go to Black Raven City and wait for me. I'll be there soon. Don't argue. Without you, it'll be easier for me to escape. Ling Xiao was very direct. Cold Plum accepted it instantly, but Lan was a little choked. Let's go. Master is like that. You can't understand his speed. Cold Plum glanced at Ling Xiao and gently touched the golden eagle's neck. Then, the golden eagle screeched and flew toward Black Raven City. The blood prince attacked again, but Ling Xiao stopped him. Then, Ling Xiao held the dark demon sword and released a terrifying slaughter sword intent toward the blood prince. He wanted to test how strong the blood prince was after being transformed by the blood demon before he escaped. When the blood prince saw Ling Xiao, the blood-red wings on his back stretched out. His legs bent, and a terrifying power burst out in an instant. His body suddenly exploded, and the place where he was standing had caved in. A huge sandpit was formed. Ling Xiao slashed down with the dark demon sword in his hand. Dark demon sword, Godslayer. This was the highest level that Ling Xiao could reach with the Sky Demon Destroyer art. Body Slayer, Heart Slayer, Soul Slayer, Godslayer. Roar. The blood prince's voice was no longer a human's, but a monster's roar. The sharp claws on both hands were like tough and sharp blades as they clawed at Ling Xiao. On the claws, there was a strange red light, and the aura of darkness and death continued to spread. Bang! The blood prince's right claws blocked Ling Xiao's sword. Then, his left hand continued to attack. His arm stretched out strangely and grabbed at Ling Xiao's chest. Retreat. Ling Xiao was unable to defend himself at this moment, but with the help of his opponent's strength, his figure flashed and instantly retreated dozens of meters away. In terms of power, he was temporarily inferior to the blood prince. However, in terms of speed, he still had an advantage. What a guy. His strength is too strong. I'm no match for him. Ling Xiao felt as if his internal organs were churning. The Blood Prince was originally a first-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. After being transformed by the Blood Demon, his strength increased to a terrifying second-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. For Ling Xiao to be able to withstand the attack and not die, it was all thanks to his powerful movement technique and fast speed. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to handle it. F***CK, since there's no one here, I'll play with you. Although he knew that he couldn't win, it was too meaningless to run away like this. Ling Xiao used his soul force to search the surroundings and found that there were no other martial artists around. Thus, he made up his mind. Then, a vast universe appeared behind him. The Sky Tyrant martial soul appeared again after a long time. With the appearance of the Sky Tyrant martial soul, the dark force and death force in the entire Black Desert began to surge in crazily. Ling Xiao felt extremely comfortable. His cultivation seemed to be on steroids as it rose steadily. 50% of the Yin-Yang force, 60% of the Yin-Yang force, 70%, 80%, 90%, 100%. The half-step Yin-Yang realm was only a realm equivalent to the Grotto Heaven realm. It was higher than the 10th Grotto Heaven realm, but not the Yin-Yang realm. The stages in the middle were only considered small stages. It was similar to the 10th Grotto Heaven realms, early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. However, it wasn't easy to surpass this 100% and possess 100% of the Yin-Yang force. Even Phoenix Cry Chishan took a month to surpass this stage. As for Ling Xiao, he basically took 3 days. However, possessing 100% of the yin-yang force didn't mean that one could enter the yin-yang realm directly. This was a true super stage. It was much more difficult to surpass the super stage than simply accumulating strength. However, no matter what, Ling Xiao's current strength was already terrifying enough. He even believed that even if he didn't use the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he wouldn't be afraid even if he faced a level 1 yin-yang realm martial artist. If he used the Sky Tyrant martial soul, even if he couldn't win against a level 2 yin-yang realm martial artist, he wouldn't lose miserably. Of course, this was only his speculation. He still had to test it in real combat to see if it was true. The Blood Prince in front of him was the best test target. Roar! The Blood Prince roared again. He opened his mouth and shot out more than a dozen black rays. Even though they weren't as powerful as before, they were much faster and more concentrated. At the same time, the Blood Prince pounced forward. Even though he didn't have much intelligence, the Blood Prince still had a powerful battle sense after being transformed by the Blood Demon. He seemed to know that Ling Xiao had become stronger, so his attacks were obviously stronger. Come on, monster. Let me see your strength. Ling Xiao still held the Dark Demon sword in his hand, but it was obviously more powerful than before. He had injected 10% of his yin-yang power into the Dark Demon sword. It was difficult for the yin-yang power to recover automatically, so Ling Xiao was very careful when he used it. Even though it was only 10% of his yin-yang power, coupled with the terrifying power of the Sky Tyrant martial soul, the Dark Demon sword was still filled with a terrifying aura. The black rays were easily blocked by Ling Xiao. The Blood Prince suddenly stopped charging forward. He roared into the sky. Then, he saw blood-red power continuously entering his body from the black desert. His expression became even more ferocious. A ball of blood-red energy condensed in his hands. The ball of red energy accumulated a terrifying power of death. Then, the Blood Prince tore through the air again. He carried that terrifying power and wanted to clash head-on with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't retreat or dodge. Since he had already summoned the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he had no reason to retreat. Dominate the heavens and the earth. The Sky Tyrant martial soul didn't allow retreat. Otherwise, its power would weaken. This was a head-on clash. Of course, Ling Xiao was much better than the Blood Prince in terms of the use of power. Boom, boom. Crazy power exploded in the sky. It actually formed a huge black-red tornado, wreaking havoc on the ground, rising up and triggering black lightning. Such a terrifying scene made the warriors of Black Raven City feel terrified. Which expert is fighting in the Black Desert? Why is it so terrifying? It must be a peerless expert in the yin-yang realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to create such a terrifying scene. Many people were trembling. A bad premonition was growing in their hearts. They had never had such a feeling before. But today, it was so clear and unsettling. Chapter 1571. Not far away from Black Raven City, several warriors were fighting. They didn't notice the black and red inscriptions and symbols flashing on the ground. The stronger warriors killed the weaker ones, and blood flowed on the ground. This kind of thing was very normal. However, something abnormal happened very quickly. A ferocious beast crawled out from the pool of blood. It was blood-red all over, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, like a fierce tiger, but much bigger. Its blood-red eyes stared at the strong warrior, and it opened its bloody mouth and roared. Blood-sucking scourge. The blood-sucking scourge has appeared. The terrifying roar attracted the attention of many martial artists. Among the crowd, someone finally recognized what that terrifying monster was. Hearing the name, people's faces changed, and then they fled madly in the direction of Black Raven City. As they fled, they shouted. The blood-sucking scourge chased after them, and every warrior who died would leave behind a pool of blood. Then, a blood-sucking scourge would crawl out of the blood. The more powerful the warrior's blood, the more terrifying the blood-sucking scourge would be. It seems that Black Raven City is not safe. Cold Plum, who had arrived near Black Raven City, saw this scene, so she turned the Golden Eagle and flew back to the Black Desert. When they arrived at the Black Desert, the horrible black and red tornado was still going. Seeing the dark and horrible universe behind the young Sky Emperor, Lon and Cold Plum were so shocked that they couldn't control their emotions. Of course, they didn't know that it was the mutated Mountain River martial spirit, the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. They just felt that it was very powerful. Ling Xiao was sometimes too cautious. His Sky Tyrant martial spirit had changed a lot compared to the Human King's Mountain River martial spirit. Almost no one could recognize it. But considering that this martial spirit was too powerful, he still didn't want to use it easily. Cold Plum and Lon saw it when he used it today. Fortunately, he trusted these two people very much. He thought that they would never betray him. Otherwise, he would have to kill them. His Majesty, this is too powerful. Alon didn't even think about the martial spirit. She was just shocked by Ling Xiao's terrifying strength. He was actually able to fight to a draw with such a powerful blood prince. Could it be that Ling Xiao was a yin-yang realm martial artist? In fact, not to mention her, even Cold Plum, who had always been by Ling Xiao's side, was dumbfounded. Ling Xiao's battle prowess was simply too terrifying. How long had it been since they last met? It hadn't even been 5 minutes. How could his yin-yang elemental energy have risen from 40% to 100%? And what exactly was that terrifying martial soul? He had never seen it before. It seemed that his master was much more powerful than he had imagined. Basically, there was no one who could make his master use his full strength. She suddenly thought of the 10,000 gate formation in the dragon-slaying forest, where the space suddenly turned pitch black. When it became clear again, she saw the corpse of the Alliance master. All this time, many people did not understand how her master had killed the Alliance master. Now, she finally understood. Other than controlling the 10,000 gate formation and the 100% ancient Golden Crow battle intent, it should be this terrifying martial soul. It was really too terrifying. With this martial soul, other than Feng Ming Qishan, Dan Feng, Ji Huangtian, and a few others on the Dragon Phoenix list, who could be her master's match? Boom! The terrifying tornado finally dissipated. The Blood Prince and Ling Xiao retreated at almost the same time. Ling Xiao wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and cursed fiercely. Bah! This guy is really strong. Even with the Sky Tyrant martial soul, I'm still weaker than him. However, even though he was cursing, the expression on his face was filled with excitement. This time, Ling Xiao's black hair fluttered, and the dark demon sword in his hand disappeared. In the terrifying universe behind him, something seemed to be brewing. Sky Tyrant Dark Demon Sword, Godslayer. Suddenly, in the pitch-black universe, a huge dark demon sword appeared like a shooting star. It streaked across the silent and empty void and stabbed towards the Blood Prince in the direction that Ling Xiao had pointed. Boom! This sword was completely combined with the power of the Sky Tyrant martial soul. The Blood Prince was finally unable to block it completely. His body was sent flying and smashed into the Black Desert. This power was really too terrifying. The Sky Tyrant Dark Demon Sword didn't stop because of this. Instead, it stabbed into the Black Desert, and the entire Black Desert shook because of this. Alon was completely dumbfounded. She was thinking, if she hadn't chosen to stand with Ling Xiao and had done the same thing as the Ebony Bald Eagle, what would have happened? When she thought of this, she couldn't help but tremble. Previously, she felt that she had done something stupid because of her kindness. It was a little extreme, and she felt that kindness wasn't worth mentioning. However, at this moment, she understood that as long as one didn't blindly show unrestrained kindness, good things would still happen. Boom! The Blood Prince's roars and rumbles could be heard in the Black Desert. The terrifying Sky Tyrant Dark Demon Sword was chasing after the Blood Prince. In the sky, Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye kept flashing. He could see everything in the Black Desert clearly. It's still not enough. I've already used 20% of my yin-yang origin energy. With my current cultivation, it's still a little difficult to deal with a monster at the second level of the yin-yang realm. Although he had the upper hand, Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. The Blood Prince was at a disadvantage because his opponent was brainless. If it was a martial artist at the same cultivation level, Ling Xiao wouldn't be so relaxed. Although the Blood Prince's strength had increased after transforming into a blood demon, his actual combat strength had decreased. Bang! A figure flew out of the black desert. Bang! 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 Figures flew out of the black desert one after another. Ling Xiao's expression turned grave. The Blood Prince's soldiers and subordinates had all turned into terrifying blood demon puppets. As their combat strength increased, their bodies also grew larger, and they gave off a shocking feeling of suppression. The most eye-catching ones were the Blood Prince's 100 sons. The blood demon monsters they had transformed into were completely different from the soldiers. They were blood demon generals of the same level as the Blood Prince. Although their strength couldn't be compared to the Blood Prince, their appearances were similar. If there was a difference, it would be that the Blood Prince's body was bigger. As Ling Xiao thought of this, he suddenly frowned. The battle in the Black Desert had changed. The Sky Tyrant Dark Demon's sword flew out and returned to the Sky Tyrant universe. However, the Blood Prince had mutated once again. The originally blood-red wings had turned golden. His eyes, which were originally cloudy and confused, became clear at this moment. This is troublesome. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. The clear eyes meant that the blood demon monster had completed its transformation. Now that he had regained his intelligence, the battle would be even more difficult. Chapter 1572. What should I call you? Golden Blood Demon King? Ling Xiao looked at the golden monster and sighed. Run, run, Your Majesty! Alan suddenly exclaimed. The revival of the legendary blood demon was already shocking enough. She didn't expect that another legend would also show signs of revival. This caused her heart to sink into extreme fear, causing her to scream without regard for anything else. Since ancient times, this black land had been regarded as a place filled with demonic qi. It was rumored that this place was once one of the main battlefields of the ancient times. At that time, no less than billions of warriors and beasts died here. The entire land was dyed red. Then it solidified and gradually turned into a pitch-black color, and it never retreated. The terrifying blood demon was born from the blood and resentment. Although the blood demon was later suppressed by the human king, the successive holy emperors of the sacred dynasty also adopted a high-pressure strategy against the blood demon, absolutely not allowing the existence of the blood demon. However, the sacred dynasty collapsed in the end. The reappearance of the blood demon seemed to be logical, but if it was just an ordinary blood demon, it would be fine. According to legend, once the Golden Blood Demon King appeared, the originally scattered and disbanded soldiers would gather together and become a terrifying force. Ling Xiao didn't know this, but as a race in this black land, it was impossible for Alan not to know. That was why she was so panicked and fearful. Your Majesty, leave here quickly. Black Crow City? No, the entire Black Crow Empire is doomed. Alai exclaimed again. Seeing her so frightened, Ling Xiao didn't intend to stay and fight the Golden Blood Demon King. Anyway, this guy was too strong now. Unless he broke through to the Yin-Yang realm, he couldn't even think about defeating him. Retreat. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, withdrew the Sky Tyrant martial soul, and then turned into a flash of light and flew onto the back of the Golden Eagle. The Golden Blood Demon King seemed to be still in the process of mutation, so it didn't attack. Instead, the 100 blood demon generals flew up to chase after him, but their strength was still unable to contend with Ling Xiao. After being repeatedly repelled by Ling Xiao, they lost track of Ling Xiao. However, because of the battle, Ling Xiao and the others once again lost their way in the Black Desert. Originally, he had planned to go out, but unexpectedly, he was getting closer and closer to Black Raven City. Black Raven City was not peaceful either. Although there were no blood demon generals or blood demon puppets, there were a large number of blood-sucking scourges, densely surrounding Black Raven City like ants. It's over. We're dead for sure this time. I didn't expect the blood-sucking scourge to appear as well. Alan's expression became extremely unsightly. Blood demons were even harder to deal with than sky demons, earth demons, and insect demons because they were born from fresh blood, and their consciousness was based on resentment and hatred. As long as someone in the profound world died, they would appear. Unless it was the sealed first-generation blood demon. This was what the human king and the sacred emperors of the sacred dynasty had done. To put it bluntly, If the first-generation blood demon had not been sealed, the rise of the sea race and the emergence of the true demon empire would not have been possible. The blood demons would have already ruled the entire profound world. Do you think that Golden Blood Demon King is the reincarnation of the first-generation blood demon? Ling Xiao asked. It shouldn't be. The first-generation blood demon was very cunning and never revealed his true face. If the human king didn't have the mountain river martial spirit, it would be impossible to see through the first-generation blood demon. The later generations only strengthened the seal. Once the first-generation blood demon escaped, only the mountain river martial spirit or an eye technique similar to the fiery golden eyes could find him. Alan replied, What a headache. This first-generation blood demon should have an intelligent body. What does he want to do? Could it be that he also has a Chinibu dream of ruling the profound world? Ling Xiao scratched his head. That's unknown. However, the place where the blood demons were born must be filled with rivers of blood. There will be no signs of life, just like a land of death. If the records in the book are correct, I think the blood demons will start a crazy massacre in the Divine Phoenix continent. When Alan said these words, he could feel his entire body trembling. That won't do. The Divine Phoenix continent is already in my bag. I will not allow them to destroy it. Speaking of this, Ling Xiao suddenly frowned. The golden eagle that was flying suddenly stopped. It turned out that there were many blood-sucking scourges around them. These blood-sucking scourges were different from the ones on the ground. They all had wings and could fly. It seems that we will have to fight before we reach Black Raven City. Ling Xiao looked at the flying blood-sucking scourges. Some were strong, some were weak. They ranged from the celestial realm to the half-step yin-yang realm. According to Alan, these blood-sucking scourges were born from the blood of warriors who were killed. The cultivation of warriors was basically the same as the blood-sucking scourges. Are you afraid? Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Alan and asked. No, I'm not afraid. With His Majesty here, I'm not afraid. Alan suddenly recalled the scene of Ling Xiao's battle with the Blood Demon Prince. Until now, she still felt that it was incredible. That's good. You just sit on the Golden Eagle and protect yourself. Cold Plum and I will lead the way. Ling Xiao made this arrangement because for him and Cold Plum, these flying blood-sucking scourges were important resources to improve their cultivation. Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, Cold Plum had already rushed out and stabbed one of the blood-sucking scourges with her sword. Then, the energy of darkness and death flowed into her body. 60% of Yin-Yang Yuan energy, Master. I don't think this is a crisis. It's simply an opportunity. Cold Plum said excitedly. Then kill to your heart's content. But be careful. Be careful that there are Yin-Yang realm guys among the blood-sucking scourges. Ling Xiao reminded her. Understood, Master. The battle began. Ling Xiao killed the blood-sucking scourges, blocking the way while looking at the horrifying scene on the ground. The ruthless and ferocious blood-sucking scourges were constantly devouring the lives of the human warriors. Even a half-step Yin-Yang realm expert was helpless when facing dozens or hundreds of blood-sucking scourges. In the end, they died tragically under the sharp teeth and claws. The number of human warriors was decreasing, but the number of blood-sucking scourges was increasing. The crisis was getting worse, and people began to swarm towards Black Crow City. After all, the sturdy city walls combined with powerful formations were the best way to resist the invasion of the blood-sucking scourges. This was a disaster. It was the end of the Black Crow Empire. The scene around Black Crow City was only a miniature version. If Ling Xiao could see the entire black soil, he would find that dozens of cities around the Black Crow Empire were facing the same situation. Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. Although he was vengeful and ruthless, it did not mean that he had no sympathy. He also used to be an insignificant warrior and hoped that there would be powerful warriors to protect them. Now, he was thinking of saving as many people as he could without endangering his own safety. Chapter 1573. Ling Xiao's figure flickered under the sky, like a light in the dark night, giving hope to those who were being chased by blood-sucking scourge. He didn't speak, but felt the power accumulating in his body after killing blood-sucking scourge. There was still no sign of a breakthrough. It seemed that if he wanted to break through to the Yin-Yang realm, he had to fully control the heavenly devil fighting spirit. As for the 9 deaths reincarnation technique, he still maintained a relatively restrained attitude. If he could avoid using it, he would try his best not to. What's the situation over there? In the distance, Black Raven City came into view. Ling Xiao found that a large number of warriors were blocked at the gate of the city. They thought they had found hope, but in the end, they were driven into a corner and were killed by blood-sucking scourge outside the gate of Black Raven City. Oh no, it seems that Black Raven City has closed all the gates. We can only go out, not in. I'm afraid we can't go there anymore. Alan also found the situation over there and said helplessly, Black Raven City is basically inhabited by the nobles and rich people of the Black Raven Empire. They only care about their own lives and don't care about the lives of ordinary people. I almost forgot that Black Raven City was originally a shelter for the nobles. What right do ordinary people have to enter? Ling Xiao glanced at the city and found that it was divided into 3 parts: the inner city, the middle city, and the outer city. According to Alan, the inner city was the royal city, where the royal family lived and was guarded by powerful royal guards. The middle city was where the nobles lived and was also guarded by royal guards. The outer city was where the rich and the Black Raven City Defense Army lived. There were also some ordinary people, but they were all businessmen. After all, even the nobles and the army needed high-grade goods. At this time, the 3 city gates were tightly closed. The tall city gates not only blocked blood-sucking scourge, but also cut off the hope of all the warriors who came to ask for help. It's not impossible to go in. Ling Xiao smiled and said, in any case, I came to the Black Raven Empire to overthrow this decaying imperial court. Tell me, if I save the lives of those commoners in front of so many people, wouldn't the Heavenly Dynasty Empire be welcomed by the people? Of course. Alan's eyes lit up. Although Ling Xiao's idea was risky, it was worth a try, because if it succeeded, the benefits would be huge. Soon, they killed their way to the outskirts of Black Crow City. Black Raven City had also set up a no-fly array. Flying was forbidden within 1,000 meters of Black Raven City. The only way to get there was on foot. It couldn't be helped. After all, this was the Imperial City. It was normal for it to have such powerful defenses. The only way was to do what Ling Xiao did when he broke into the Divine Phoenix capital. First, he had to destroy the people inside and destroy the defensive array formation. But this time, the situation was a bit special. The city was surrounded by blood-sucking scourges. Once the formation was destroyed, Black Raven City would be completely destroyed. This was not what he wanted. After all, he still wanted to keep such a sturdy city. The closer they got to Black Raven City, the more they could see the majesty of the city. Although it did not cover as much land as the Divine Phoenix Imperial Capital, the degree of grandeur of these buildings was even more impressive than the Divine Phoenix Imperial Capital. Roar, roar, roar. Outside Black Raven City, the civilian warriors were fighting fiercely with the blood-sucking scourges. Although they could not enter the city, it was better to have their backs against the city than to be directly surrounded. At this moment, they were fighting desperately, hoping that the masters of Black Raven City would appear and help them repel these terrifying blood-sucking scourges. The terrifying roars of the blood-sucking scourges were constantly heard. Not only did they bring great pressure to the civilian warriors, but they also summoned more blood-sucking scourges to come from all directions. On top of the city wall, the leader of the city defense army looked coldly at the scene outside the city. He did not give the order to open the city gate, nor did he give the order to attack the blood-sucking scourges. Instead, he seemed to be enjoying the killing outside the city. Next to him sat an old man in luxurious clothes. On both sides of the old man were beautiful women who were feeding him grapes and wine. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, fun, really fun. These lowly commoners are helping us block the blood-sucking scourges. Kill as many as you can. It's worth it to die, ha ha ha. Among the soldiers, there were some who couldn't bear it and some who were angry, but they dared not speak out in front of the old man. The old man was a half-step Yin-Yang realm warrior with Yin-Yang original energy cultivation. He was also the governor of the outer city of Black Raven City, a true noble. Whoever dared to offend him would probably be thrown out of the city. Ling Xiao looked up at the situation on top of the city wall and cursed inwardly. Then, a dark shadow slipped into the city along the ground. Cold Plum also disappeared at the same time. Like a ghost, the tall city gate could not stop her at all. Lan was still sitting on the golden eagle, helping the warriors outside the city to fight the blood-sucking scourges. Ling Xiao's idea was simple. First, he would clean up the blood-sucking scourges outside the city. Then, he would take advantage of the time when Shadow Child and Cold Plum, who had sneaked in, closed the formation and opened the city gate. Then, he would let all the warriors outside in. He was a man who could achieve great things. A man who could achieve great things naturally needed the support of others and the support of the people. Now, nearly 100,000 warriors had gathered outside the city, and there was no lack of half-step Yin-Yang realm warriors. If he could gain their support, the military power of the Heavenly Empire would become even stronger. Therefore, he had to be a hero today. He was such a person. Sometimes, he would transform into a demon, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Sometimes, he would transform into a hero, causing countless people to worship him and cheer for him. Whatever he did, it was based on his heart. There was no simple justice. After all, many things in the world were not black or white. Most of them were gray areas. As long as he felt that it was beneficial and could do it, it was fine. Roar. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's roar was like the roar of a divine dragon, attracting the attention of all the blood-sucking scourges. Blood-sucking scourges were brainless monsters. They attacked their targets out of instinct. Ling Xiao's roar obviously attracted their attention, even though they knew that the young man in front of them was more terrifying than the warriors they had encountered before. But they still stared at Ling Xiao, wanting to tear Ling Xiao to pieces. Is that person stupid? On the city gate tower, the noble elder was stunned for a moment before he laughed. City Lord, it doesn't matter if he's stupid or not. The important thing is that this show is worth watching. The leader of the city defense army said with a smile. Ha ha, that makes sense. The noble elder looked excitedly at Ling Xiao. Although he did not know what this fool wanted to do, he could still watch the show. There were at least 9,000 blood-sucking scourges surrounding Ling Xiao, if not 10,000. Among them, the weakest were Heaven Realm blood-sucking scourges. The strongest were half-step Yin-Yang Realm. Moreover, there were at least 3 half-step Yin-Yang Realm blood-sucking scourges. Chapter 1574. The appearance of 3 half-step Yin-Yang Realm blood-sucking scourges. This meant that 3 warriors of this cultivation level had already been killed. What a waste. Lan, stand with them. Ling Xiao was about to release a terrifying move. He was afraid that he would be implicated, so he instructed Lan to stay away from him. After all, some moves didn't differentiate between friend and foe. If they were too close, they might not be killed, but there was a high possibility that they would be affected. Understood. Lan didn't reject Ling Xiao's kindness. She thought of the terrifying universe behind Ling Xiao in the Black Desert again. If he used that move, these blood-sucking scourges might not be enough to deal with him. Bastards, come at me. The more the better. I'll kill all of you. While Ling Xiao was accumulating energy, he was also waiting for more blood-sucking scourges to gather. If he wanted to kill, he might as well kill more. Otherwise, he would waste the power of his ultimate move. Roar. Angry roars came from the blood-sucking scourges. Although these blood-sucking scourges were brainless, they still had a little bit of self-awareness. When they saw that a puny human dared to ignore them, they became irritable. Hundreds of blood-sucking scourges charged at Ling Xiao at almost the same time. They were so fast that the space around Ling Xiao was completely compressed in the blink of an eye. That kid is finished. I've never seen such a fool. The crowd couldn't understand Ling Xiao's actions. They all thought that Ling Xiao was a self-righteous fool. However, in the next moment, dense and terrifying sword qi suddenly appeared around Ling Xiao's body. Any blood-sucking scourge that came into contact with the sword qi was instantly sucked dry, as if they had met their nemesis. Black energy surged into Ling Xiao's body. Dark Sword Realm. Dark Sword Realm was very suitable to deal with a large number of enemies. especially now that Ling Zhao's cultivation had reached the half-step yin-yang realm and had 100% yin and yang essence energy. The power of his dark sword realm had also increased tremendously. The hundreds of blood-sucking scourges that charged out first didn't even understand what was going on before they all died. This kid is good. On the city gate tower, the noble elder was stunned for a moment before he said, "He doesn't seem to be a fool. He has some skills. But if that's all, he's still going to die." The city lord is right. The stronger he is, the more blood-sucking scourge will be, the more Black Raven City can kill city. And the pressure. The city defense leader's flattery was always on point. He didn't know if he had practiced it on purpose. "Looks like an expert has come to help us. Brothers, let's attack together." When the warriors outside the city saw that Ling Xiao was still alive despite being besieged by hundreds of blood-sucking scourges, they couldn't help but feel excited. Although Ling Xiao looked very young, one could not judge a book by its cover. Even if he was young, as long as he was capable, there would be no problem. "Don't move, lest you draw the aggro." Eye of the Tomb of the Gods, Skeleton General. Tri-leaf magic eyes, bronze troll. Boom. With two loud noises, two behemoths appeared in front of the warriors, blocking the blood-sucking scourge for them and preventing them from attacking. "Listen to His Majesty. Don't move. He will take care of these blood-sucking scourge." Alan shouted loudly. His Majesty? Many people didn't understand what he meant. They thought they had heard it wrong, because those who could be called His Majesty were either kings or emperors. This young man couldn't be the new king of the Black Crow Empire, right? He didn't look like a member of the Black Crow clan at all. However, Lan's words still had an effect. At the very least, they no longer attacked randomly. In this way, the blood-sucking scourge's target would not change. Black sword chi swirled around Ling Zhao's body. The blood-sucking scourge couldn't get close. But this wasn't Ling Zhao's ultimate goal. The dark sword realm was just to buy time. Ling Zhao's real goal was to use more powerful moves. He stood there, holding Ice's fury in his hand. Terrifying black energy condensed above his head. Then a dark demon sword appeared. When Ice's fury merged with the dark demon sword, its power increased tremendously. But this wasn't the end. Behind him, there seemed to be a ferocious beast letting out a low roar. This made all the warriors' hearts beat violently. Even Ling Xiao didn't expect that his martial soul, which he hadn't used for a while, would be so terrifying now. This should be due to the increase in his cultivation and the absorption of a large amount of dark and death energy. The terrifying beast that was as black as ink tore through the void and stuck out its huge head. Just its head alone was bigger than thousands of blood-sucking scourge. Its body swayed slightly as it crawled out of the void. Its ferocious and crazy eyes looked at the blood-sucking scourge. Huge drool dripped from its mouth and formed a lake on the ground. The blood-sucking scourge stopped attacking. They stared at the huge beast that was as black as ink. They could clearly feel the terror of the huge beast. On the city gate tower, the aristocratic elder stood up and looked at the martial soul behind Ling Xiao in surprise. This kid actually has such a precious martial soul. Once this Taodai grows up, it will be a terrifying beast that can easily tear apart the mystic world. Greed could be seen in his eyes. "Listen, if he's killed, we must get his martial soul. If he's not dead, we'll capture him alive and extract his martial soul before killing him." The aristocratic elder said coldly. "Yes, city lord." The leader of the city guards looked at Ling Xiao with a cold, murderous look in his eyes. "Don't blame me. Blame yourself for having such a powerful martial soul and coming to Black Raven City." Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know what the aristocratic elder was thinking. His mind was focused on the battle. When the Taodai beast's body finally crawled out of the void completely, the Taodai beast's body had already crawled out. The sword in Ling Zhao's hand also swung out. "Taoye's doomsday. Be destroyed, blood-sucking scourge." A cold voice came from his mouth. Following the direction where the dark demon sword was pointing, the horrifying Taodai pounced. Roar! Woo! Then, shrill roars and angry and frightened roars rose and fell one after another. The horrifying Taodai began to bite the blood-sucking scourge. Any blood-sucking scourge that was touched by it would instantly be turned into black energy and be absorbed into Ling Xiao's body. Such a terrifying and shocking scene shocked everyone to the point that they were speechless. Lan was also dumbfounded. She thought that Ling Xiao only had one terrifying martial soul. But this time, Ling Xiao gave her another surprise. Even though this attack couldn't be compared to the previous one, it was more than enough to deal with tens of thousands of blood-sucking scourge. Ling Xiao's forehead was dripping with sweat. He was panting slightly. Chapter 1575. The more powerful the move, the more energy it would consume. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's cultivation had improved a lot, and his internal strength was much more abundant than before. Otherwise, it would be really strenuous for him to execute this move. Amidst Taoya's roar, the blood-sucking scourge surrounding Black Raven City were all killed in an instant. The outside of the city gate that was originally bustling with activity actually became empty in an instant. Although more terrifying sounds could be heard in the distance, they should still be some distance away. It would take at least a quarter of an hour to get here. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, especially the warriors outside the gate. They completely saw the hope of survival. "My lord, please open the gate. There are no more blood-sucking scourge." Someone shouted at the top of the gate tower. However, he was answered with a cold laugh. "Open the gate? Don't joke around. Black Raven City is not a place where you lowly people are qualified to enter." They could understand why the other party didn't open the gate before, because they were afraid that the blood-sucking scourge would take the opportunity to sneak into the city. But now that the blood-sucking scourge had been killed, these people still refused to open the gate. It was obvious that they wanted to kill them all. However, "If any of you can capture that boy alive, I can let them enter the city." The noble old man pointed his finger at Ling Xiao and said with a sly smile, "What?" The warriors outside the city couldn't understand. That boy was a hero who had defeated tens of thousands of blood-sucking scourge. Why did they want to kill him? "Even if I die, I won't kill my benefactor." That's right. That noble son of AB*TSH, he's really a good-for-nothing. Most of the warriors had a good attitude. Ling Xiao had saved their lives, so they really couldn't kill Ling Xiao. But not all of them had such a high level of awareness. There were still a small number of people who had evil thoughts. When they saw Ling Xiao gasping for breath, they knew that Ling Xiao had consumed a lot of energy. Anyway, they would die if they couldn't enter the city, so they decided to take the risk. Capturing Ling Xiao alive in exchange for a chance to enter the city might be a good deal. They took advantage of the chaos and quietly approached Ling Xiao. Some cultivators even pretended to protect Ling Xiao in the name of protecting him, but in reality, they harbored malicious intentions. But in the next moment, these people's ferocious faces were completely exposed. "I'm sorry, kid. Who asked you to be so hateful? Don't blame us." Finally, several hundred people attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. Ling Xiao just looked on indifferently. He had no intention of making a move. He had seen this kind of scene many times. Therefore, he was not surprised. You can't expect everyone to be a grateful person. There will always be a handful of shameless people. However, these hundreds of people were not worth his time at all. The moment those people made a move, they were destined to die without a complete corpse. It was not Ling Xiao who made the move. It was not Alan either. It was also not the green-eyed golden eagle, the skeleton general, or the bronze troll. Instead, it was the other martial artists that Ling Xiao had saved. I don't like to owe people favors. Today, whoever dares to make a move on the little hero, I will kill him." A fierce martial artist with a face full of scars said fiercely as he held two corpses that had just been destroyed. "Same." A cold swordsman wiped the blood on his sword. He did not say much, but his attitude was very clear. There were many people like these too. The mystic world was like this. There were all kinds of people. Some people were extremely shameless, and some people were extremely righteous. However, the vast majority of people still belonged to the category of people who would repay kindness and seize hatred. They clearly distinguished kindness and hatred, and were not two extremes. Ling Xiao gently patted the dust off his body. The effect he wanted had been achieved. "Cold Plum, you can close the array." He sent a soul transmission to Cold Plum inside. The Shadow Child did not need to send a sound transmission at all because it was a part of his soul. Open the door. Ling Xiao rose into the air. Although he could not fly, jumping was not a problem. He stood on the shoulder of the Skeleton General. Then, the Skeleton General and the Bronze Troll were each responsible for a giant door, preparing to open it. Haha, boy, don't be wishful thinking. The city gate is protected by an array. Let alone the two big guys you summoned. Even if there were 10 more, they would not be able to open it. Moreover, this city lord advises you not to act rashly. Otherwise, under the attack of the array, not even your bones will be left. The noble old man looked at Ling Xiao with a sneer, as if looking at a stupid fool. He actually wanted to open the heavy city gate of Black Crow City. Ling Xiao did not pay attention to him at all, just indifferently commanding the Skeleton General and the Bronze Troll. The crowd outside the city nervously watched this scene. Although they were also looking forward to Ling Xiao's success, to be honest, according to past experience, they felt that the chances were not very high. Asterisk clatter. Asterisk what? Asterisk the next moment, the crowd was surprised to find that the two giant doors were actually pushed open, making an unpleasant sound of friction. Quick, attack with the array. The noble old man was anxious. He did not expect this scene at all. He could not understand why the array, which usually never failed, would suddenly fail at this time. But at this point, he had no time to think about it and hurriedly ordered the array to attack. The crowd outside the city was in a panic. Many people knew how terrifying Black Raven City's defensive formation was. If it suddenly attacked at this time, they would really be in trouble. However, there was a strange thing. The city gate was still open, but the array's attack did not arrive. Oh no, the array is not working. How could this be? The noble old man was dumbfounded. My lord, don't panic. This boy has just fought with so many blood-sucking scourges and must be very weak. Watch me take his head. The city guard leader sneered and jumped toward Ling Xiao. The long saber in his hand chopped down toward Ling Xiao's neck. The sound of wind and thunder in the air was enough to show the power of the saber. However, at this moment, his eyes met with Ling Xiao's eyes in the air. The terrifying murderous intent in those eyes actually made his heart tremble. He began to regret it. Why did he have to flaunt his abilities? Could it be that if he rushed out, that fat city lord would give him a promotion? Damn it! Die! The cold and harsh voice exploded in the void. The city guard leader felt as if his heart was about to explode at that moment. Then, everyone saw Ling Xiao gently raise his hand, and a black demonic sword cut through the air. The terrifying black sword chi tore through the void and rushed toward the city guard leader at a speed that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye. At that moment, everyone shuddered. It was too terrifying. That terrifying killing intent could simply make people lose all hope of living in an instant. Chi, the city guard leader, did not expect that he would die in such a cowardly way. His body was directly split from the middle, and then the two halves fell to the ground. Chapter 1576. The terrifying and gloomy scene made everyone's eyes shine with incomparable horror and fear. This young hero. What an overbearing sword move. What a fierce, murderous aura. What a decisive killing move. Without the slightest hesitation, he dared to raise his sword in the face of the dignified leader of the city defense army. He was too strong. Enter the city. After killing the leader of the city defense army, Ling Xiao's expression did not change at all. At this time, the gate of Black Raven City had been opened. He said coldly and then stood beside the gate, domineeringly facing the army of nearly 100,000 warriors outside the city. Thank you. Long live. The martial artists shouted excitedly and rushed into the city. But when they reached Ling Xiao's side, they instantly became well-behaved and entered Black Raven City in an orderly manner. The guards inside did not dare to stop them at all. That was 100,000 people. The city defense army only had 50,000 people in total, and most of them were on the city wall. There was only a cavalry of 2,000 people guarding below. If they dared to attack, they would be easily destroyed. Listen, the one who let you enter the city is His Majesty the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire, Ling Xiao. Don't forget. Under Ling Xiao's hint, Alan shouted loudly. Ling Xiao did not save people for free. He saved these people, although he did not expect them to repay him. But they had to owe him a favor. It would be best if they could join the Celestial Empire. Even if they could not join the Celestial Empire, they were not allowed to attack the warriors of the Celestial Empire in the future. Long live His Majesty the Celestial Emperor. Long live. An even louder voice rang out. The royal family of the Black Raven Empire was unpopular. The Raven Queen did not take these civilian warriors seriously at all. She regarded them as untouchables and did not even give them the right to live in Black Raven City. How could these people be loyal to the royal family? As for Ling Xiao's name, many of them had heard of it before. In the Battle of the Northern Desert, Ling Xiao had killed Timur Mutu and captured Tomohiko Kuma alive. Many warriors knew the name of this young hero. In the dragon-slaying forest not long ago, Tomohiko Kuma was killed, and the 7 kill stars were basically all killed by Ling Xiao. Even the Raven Queen was killed by Ling Xiao's protector, the Liquor Demon Sword. The Black Crow Empire was completely wiped out. Ling Xiao's name was being circulated in the streets. Some people felt fear. Some people were excited. But no one knew what kind of person the Celestial Emperor was. After all, he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, so he didn't know much about it. But this time, Ling Xiao had killed more than 10,000 blood-sucking scourges and opened the gates of Black Raven City for them to hide. This already showed the greatness and magnanimity of this young hero. Following this Celestial Emperor, no matter how bad it was probably much better than following the royal family of the Black Crow Empire. When all the warriors began to enter the city, Ling Xiao's gaze turned to the noble old man. Just now you said you wanted them to capture me alive? Do I have a grudge against you? As he spoke, the black demon sword in Ling Xiao's hand burned with black hell dragon fire. The terrifying killing intent became even stronger. No. Then why? I killed so many blood-sucking scourges for you. Shouldn't you thank me? Ling Xiao asked coldly. The black flame wrapped his whole body. At this time, Ling Xiao was like a demon that walked out of the ground, full of evil aura, and looked very terrifying. Misunderstanding, it's just a misunderstanding. Although the noble old man's cultivation was not weak, but he had been pampered all year round, and his fighting strength was not as strong as it was in reality. And the moment he heard that the other party was the Celestial Emperor Ling Xiao, his face changed greatly. Ling Xiao's fame was too shocking. He couldn't help but fear. Misunderstanding? Are you sure? Ling Xiao did not have the slightest intention of backing down. If someone wanted to take his life, he would not let it go. He could save people, but he could also kill people. That was him. Kid, don't push your luck. This is Black Crow City. I just saw you release the martial soul of Tao Dai, so I was a little greedy. The one who attacked you was not me. The noble old man retreated while releasing his martial soul. It was a fat giant bat, and it looked like it could not fly. The old man's weapons were 2 scimitars. Their shapes were very strange. Cold blade intent was released from the 2 curved blades. If Ling Xiao was not willing to let him go, then he could only fight to the death. He could not choose to turn around and run away. The key was that even if he wanted to escape, he could not. Ling Xiao's ice-cold killing intent had already completely sealed off his escape route. If he really wanted to escape, he would only be seeking his own death. Instead, he would get himself into even more trouble. Ling Xiao did not speak. With the dark demon sword in hand, he directly jumped onto the city wall. Although there were many soldiers on the city wall, no one dared to stop him. Perhaps some people did not even want to stop him. After all, this noble old man did not seem to be very popular. Many people even hated him to the core. Black smoke billowed. Black fire burned. The dark and death energy that emerged from the black soil actually merged with Ling Xiao's shadow energy. Ling Xiao even had a feeling. His cultivation seemed to have begun to touch the switch to the yin-yang realm. All he needed was an opportunity. The opportunity had come. Ling Xiao knew that this was the best time to break through. Just now, he had crazily killed tens of thousands of blood-sucking scourges. The dark and death energy gathered by the blood-sucking scourges had completely poured into his body. As long as he could give this energy a chance to rush up, it would definitely make him stronger. Breaking through to the yin-yang realm might not be a pipe dream. Heavenly demon fighting intent. A terrifying heavenly demon suddenly appeared behind Ling Xiao. Heavenly demons had the fewest numbers in the mystic world, but their overall strength was the strongest. Especially the immemorial heavenly demon. It was even more terrifying. Release, 60% fighting intent. In the past, Ling Xiao had merged with 50% of the immemorial heavenly demon's fighting intent. At that time, the gap between his cultivation and now was relatively large, so he did not dare to rashly touch it. After all, the immemorial heavenly demon fighting intent was more likely to cause one to go berserk and lose oneself than the immemorial golden crow fighting intent. Now, his cultivation had reached an extreme point, a threshold. Moreover, with the help of the Moon Lady, he had completely merged with the immemorial golden crow's fighting intent. His soul power had also undergone a huge upgrade. With these advantages, he believed that it would be relatively easy for him to completely devour the immemorial heavenly demon fighting intent. 70% immemorial heavenly demon fighting intent. 80%. No problem. I can still continue. Ling Xiao seemed to have forgotten to attack the noble old man, but the old man had no intention of escaping. At this time, only he knew how terrifying Ling Xiao was. In the eyes of the noble old man, Ling Xiao had transformed into a true immemorial heavenly demon. He was filled with terrifying demonic qi and evil energy, causing people to tremble in fear. He felt that he could not move at all, let alone do anything else. Chapter 1577. Under the terrifying deterrence of the heavenly demon fighting spirit, the old aristocrat was almost paralyzed. Boom. When 90% of the primordial golden crow's fighting spirit was released, a deafening roar sounded. Then, a domineering aura soared into the sky. A huge Tai Chi disc was formed between heaven and earth. Although it disappeared in a flash, it was something that would only happen when one broke through to the yin-yang realm. This scene shocked countless people to the point that they couldn't move. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for breaking through to the yin-yang realm. Alan looked at Ling Xiao excitedly. Now that she was Ling Xiao's subordinate, the stronger Ling Xiao was, the more significant it would be to her. 17 years old. Although Her Majesty would be 18 years old in 2 months, there were still 2 months left. A 17-year-old youth had become a yin-yang realm expert. If this news spread, it would shake the entire Divine Phoenix continent. Of course, that was if the blood demon didn't revive. After all, the blood demon's revival had a greater influence than this. Ling Xiao opened his eyes again and looked at the noble elder calmly. If the noble elder was like a child in front of him before, then at this moment, he was like an ant. And a crippled ant at that. Ling Xiao suddenly retracted all of his aura and stood there calmly. However, the pressure he gave the other party became stronger and stronger. The noble elder was filled with regret. If he had known that Ling Xiao was that demon, he wouldn't have said such offending words. Damn it. Earlier, he had planned to join the Heavenly Empire to at least gain some political capital. Now, he had actually blocked his own path. He had no choice. Now, he could only fight or kill himself. He couldn't imagine any other path. Unless, he suddenly looked in the direction of the inner city. There was an expert in the inner city whose strength was not inferior to Raven Queen's. If he was willing to help, he might not die. However, no one appeared. He knew that he had no chance. The people in the inner city had completely abandoned him and didn't take him seriously at all. I'll give you a chance. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. Now, it felt too boring to kill such a person. Not only was it a waste of energy, but there was also nothing to gain. So he thought of a better idea. Your Majesty the Celestial Emperor, as long as I can live, I will do anything. The noble old man knelt on the ground and said. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was a noble of the Black Crow Empire. He was usually high and mighty, looking down on everyone. Today, he was actually kneeling before Ling Xiao. This celestial emperor of the Celestial Dynasty Empire was truly terrifying. Do you see that? The army of blood-sucking demonic beasts is coming from afar. I don't ask for much. As long as you can survive for 15 minutes, I will spare your life." Ling Xiao laughed mockingly. Hearing this, the noble old man's face turned extremely ugly. Just now, he did not allow the warriors outside the city to enter. Now, retribution had arrived. "Your Majesty, it's me. If you're not willing, then I'll kill you now. Make your choice. You only have one chance. Although it's a little difficult, if you grasp it, you won't have to die." Ling Xiao said coldly, "I'm willing." The noble old man had no choice. If he did not agree to Ling Xiao now, then only death would await him. And if he accepted Ling Xiao's condition, then at least he would have a chance to live. After hesitating for a moment, he jumped down from the city tower and looked at the black sand dancing in the sky in fear. Close the city gate. At this time, all the warriors outside the city, except for the noble old man, had already entered the city. Ling Xiao ordered the city gate to be closed and then activated the array. Strength was everything. Ling Xiao had proven his strength, so others were willing to listen to him. If he was only a person who could talk but had no strength, then he might have already become a cold corpse. Perhaps some people would sympathize with him, but sympathy was meaningless. The blood demon army is here. Ling Xiao looked into the distance. This time, it was not just the blood-sucking scourge, but also the blood demon puppets, blood demon generals, blood demon kings, and golden blood demon kings. The golden blood demon king in the lead was naturally the transformed blood prince that Ling Xiao met in the Black Desert. There were 13 blood demon kings. These 13 were all generals under the blood demon king, including the Black Desert general who was killed by Alan. There were many blood demon generals. Other than the 100 sons of the golden blood demon king, there were 13 generals under the blood demon king. There were more than 300 of them. The rest were the blood demon puppets and the blood-sucking scourge. The golden blood demon king's strength had reached the terrifying Yin-Yang realm level 5. This was the highest cultivation level that could be achieved in the mystic world of the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent. The blood demon kings were basically at Yin-Yang realm level 1 to Yin-Yang realm level 3. The blood demon generals were at the half-step Yin-Yang realm. The blood-sucking scourge and blood demon puppets were uneven. The strong ones were terrifying. The weak ones were extremely weak. However, their numbers were definitely at a level that would cause one to tremble. All the warriors in the city looked at this scene in horror. They felt sorry for the noble elder outside the city. Why did you have to provoke the celestial emperor of the Celestial Empire? Now, in the face of such a powerful force, can you, a half-step Yin-Yang realm martial artist with 50% Yin-Yang essence energy, really survive for 15 minutes? The terrifying blood demon army was getting closer and closer. Wherever the army passed, black smoke billowed and demonic chi spread. The green plants on the ground were either trampled to death or dried up. It was as if they had turned black. People could even hear the ground trembling. It was as if even the earth felt fear. Can Black Crow City stop them? Standing on the city wall, the warriors did not have any confidence. The blood demons covered the sky like locusts. More importantly, there was the powerful golden blood demon king. Could Ling Xiao really stop such a terrifying army? If Black Crow City couldn't even stop this, it would have been destroyed long ago. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Don't forget that the Divine Phoenix Empire also has many Yin-Yang realm experts. Didn't they fail to take down the Black Crow Empire?" Ling Xiao's words were, of course, to boost morale. The reason why the Black Crow Empire had not been destroyed was, of course, more complicated. It could not be just this. Listen up, as long as Black Raven City is not breached, everyone will survive. But if the city is breached, no one will survive. You've probably seen how destructive the blood demon is, haven't you? This sentence was a warning and a reminder. It was also a necessary condition to cut off all means of retreat. Because all the warriors had no way out, they had to fight to the death. This was cutting off all means of retreat. Chapter 1578. Alan, pick 30,000 elites and take down the middle and inner city for me. I'll let the skeleton generals and bronze trolls help you open a path. Those fellows who act like tyrants should also come out and fight with us. Otherwise, they can all die. Ling Xiao had no responsibility to protect those nobles. He rejoiced that he had such a good opportunity to eliminate these powerful fellows. Yes, sir. As a discriminated pariah, Lan, like many other warriors, hated the nobles of Black Raven City. Now that the blood demons had besieged the city, these fellows still wanted to enjoy themselves in the inner city. How could there be such a good thing? The other warriors also had the same idea. After being pointed out, they were all excited. The middle city and the inner city were also protected by array formations. However, to Long Mei and the Son of Shadow, this was really meaningless. This was especially so with Ling Xiao, who was well versed in formations. These formations and formations that seemed to have not been seriously maintained for a long time were already in tatters and were not worth mentioning at all. The battle in the city had just begun, but the blood demon army outside the city had already arrived. The old noble standing in front of the city gate trembled. Before the battle even started, he had already lost his will to fight due to the terrifying aura of the blood demon army. What a useless piece of trash. Most nobles are ruined by such extravagance and enjoyment. Ling Xiao looked at the old noble without the slightest sympathy. Among the nobles he had seen, there were many like Feng Ming Qishan and Feng Yinshan, but most of them were a pile of rotten meat. Roar! The roar sounded again. The old noble was directly dismembered by a dozen blood demons. His death was too horrible to look at. He had thought that this guy would at least be able to drag a few people down with him before he died, but the result was too disappointing. There were no scapegoats. This guy was completely dead. No longer looking at the old noble, Ling Xiao turned his gaze to the blood demon army. The densely packed blood demon army stood dozens of meters away from Black Raven City. Black and red, exuding an incomparably terrifying and evil aura. Originally, the weather should have been incomparably hot, but at this time, every martial artist felt a gloomy and ice-cold chill. It was simply unbearable, as if they had fallen into an ice house. The Golden Blood Demon King rode a blood scourge and appeared at the front of the team. Its huge body was particularly eye-catching. The terrifying golden wings on his back not only made him look mighty, but also intimidating. They were both at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm, but Ling Xiao judged that this Golden Blood Demon King was definitely much stronger than Yuan Tianluan and the Alliance Chief that he encountered in the Slaughter Dragon Forest. Even the Demonic Liquor Sword and the Moon Lady might not be his match. This fellow gave off the feeling that his entire body was incomparably hard and unshakable. Just based on his strength and terrifying defense alone, he could stand out among martial artists at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. If he faced a martial artist below the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm, he would probably be able to kill them as easily as crushing a chicken. His eyes were also golden, and they were filled with coldness and disdain. It was as if there was nothing in this world that could make it feel fear. He didn't say anything and just raised his hand gently. After that, roars and hisses sounded at the same time. The Blood Demon Army started to attack the city. Attack with the array. At the same time, all martial artists, listen up. Use long-range attacks to reduce the number of blood demons. Don't engage in close combat. Ling Xiao commanded this battle calmly, just like how he commanded in Northern Desert City. The blood demons were ultimately just a bunch of brainless monsters. Although one or two of them had self-awareness, they still couldn't do much, and there was no need to fear them. Boom. Crack. Explosions sounded outside the city. Black Crow City's terrifying array attack was still very effective. A single attack was enough to kill a bunch of blood-sucking scourges. If Ling Xiao hadn't asked Cold Plum and the Son of Shadow to deactivate the array, it would have been very difficult for the blood demons to enter the city. Kill. Seeing the array's power, the martial artists on the city wall were no longer afraid. All sorts of long-range attacks pierced through the air. This was an attack from more than 100,000 people at the same time. The densely packed attacks intertwined and fell into the enemy's formation like a storm. Roar. A wool. Mournful roars sounded one after another. The weaker blood demons couldn't resist such a terrifying attack and died one after another. The Golden Blood Demon King was still watching all this indifferently, as if everything had nothing to do with him. It was obvious that he didn't care about the deaths of the blood demons at all. Anyway, as long as there were corpses, the blood demons could continue to transform. The blood demons fearlessly rushed forward one after another. Many of them had already rushed to the city gate and started to hit it. Although the city gate was protected by an array, it was extremely hard and difficult to break through. However, if the blood demons kept hitting it like this, it would be knocked open sooner or later. This can't go on. Who dares to go down with me to kill the blood demons and guard the city gate? At this moment, a black figure flew over from the direction of the inner city. To be exact, this person's clothes were more like stacked feathers. His face wasn't human, but more like a half-human, half-bird. However, the mystic world was a place where thousands of races had lived together. Therefore, such a strange appearance didn't cause too much surprise. Instead, this person's words made everyone look at him as if they were looking at an idiot. Didn't you attack the middle and inner cities to get those people to fight alongside you? Why, now that I'm here, you've become so cowardly? The bird-faced person said mockingly as he looked at the crowd. After that, more martial artists flew over from the middle and inner cities. Among them, there were actually several Yin-Yang realm martial artists. Although they were all in the first to third stage, they were all in the first stage. However, one had to admit that the reason why the Black Crow Empire could compete with the Divine Phoenix Empire was because they had a very strong foundation. 15 Yin-Yang realm martial artists. Ling Xiao glanced around and found that this lineup was really not bad. He wasn't worried about Lan over there. Lan's purpose of attacking the middle and inner cities wasn't to kill, but to get those people to defend Black Crow City together. Now that these people had appeared, it meant that she had succeeded. Moreover, with the Skeleton General and the Bronze Giant Demon, no one could hurt Lan. Now, Ling Xiao was an Yin-Yang realm martial artist at the first level. The Skeleton General and the Bronze Giant Demon's strength were at the third level of the Yin-Yang realm. No one in Black Crow City could fight against them. Those who are weak will only increase the number of blood demons if they go out. Martial artists at the Yin-Yang realm and above, go out and defend the city gate. The rest of you, continue to attack from afar. Remember, we can only win this war. Otherwise, once the city is breached, all of us will die. Don't hold back. There's no chance to hold back. Ling Xiao said loudly. Chapter 1579. Ling Xiao's words made everyone's hearts tremble. The revival of the blood demons was something that had never happened since the primordial war. It was definitely an unprecedented catastrophe. If they couldn't repel the blood demon army here, it would be the end of the world. Ling Xiao looked at the black earth in the distance. He knew that this battle had to be fought. If the blood demons were not eliminated, the black earth would never become the territory of the Celestial Empire. The only thing that made him happy was that the dark and death energy in the black earth was rapidly weakening. The conservation of energy was an unchanging truth since time immemorial. As the blood-sucking scourge continued to appear, the energy in the black earth would naturally be depleted. As long as they could hold on, they could win this battle. You are the Celestial Emperor Ling Xiao? The bird-faced man suddenly asked. That's right. Ling Xiao didn't deny it. He had the upper hand in the city and wasn't afraid of these people. Very good. Then let me see if you have the qualifications to inherit the throne of this black earth. Kill. The bird-faced man roared and jumped off the city wall. He fell into the blood-sucking scourge like a comet. This terrifying shock wave instantly killed dozens of blood-sucking scourge. So strong. Ling Xiao frowned. This person's cultivation was probably not weaker than the Golden Blood Demon King. How could the Black Crow Empire have such a powerful existence? He shook his head and didn't want to think about it anymore. Anyway, the bird-faced man didn't seem to be hostile to him. Since that was the case, he would just fight together. There was no point in thinking too much. Moreover, dozens of blood-sucking scourge were nothing to the blood demon army. They were just a grain of sand in the endless desert. They were very insignificant. After the bird-faced man jumped off the city wall, the other Yin-Yang realm experts also attacked. For them, this wasn't just a battle to defend Black Crow City. It was also an important opportunity to train and improve themselves. Opportunity always coexisted with danger. Whoever could survive this calamity would become stronger and obtain more. Since the city gate was no longer in danger, the warriors on the city wall continued to attack. Although they didn't have the courage and didn't need to go out and fight, they still had to do their part. Just as Ling Xiao said, no one would be able to survive when the city was breached. Master, I'm back. Cold Plum came back directly after she dealt with the formations in the inner and middle city. She wanted to fight the blood demons more than the warriors. Together, Ling Xiao looked at Cold Plum. Although Lung Mei was only a half-step Yin-Yang realm martial artist with Yin-Yang origin energy at 60%, Ling Xiao knew that Lung Mei's survival skills were not inferior to those Yin-Yang realm martial artists. Of course, more importantly, this massacre was the best opportunity for Lung Mei to improve her cultivation. Of course, wherever Master is, I will be there. Lung Mei nodded. Then let's go. Ling Xiao didn't refuse. He placed the Son of Shadow beside Cold Plum. If Cold Plum was in danger, the Son of Shadow would block the attack for her. Kill. The two jumped off the city wall at the same time. With a flash of cold light, they attacked almost at the same time and killed more than a dozen blood demons. Continue. Ling Xiao held the dark demonic sword in his left hand and the sword of massacre in his right. Both swords could absorb energy from this battle. He released his killing intent and charged into the blood demons like the god of slaughter. Any blood-sucking scourge that was touched by his two swords would definitely die, and their energy would be instantly injected into his body. This feeling was very comfortable. Cold Plum followed behind Ling Xiao. Her figure was hard to track as she killed the blood demons that were alone. She was weak and knew how to protect herself. Ha ha ha, this feels great. Wielding the two fearsome killing swords, Ling Xiao practically opened up a path to the blood demon army all by himself. He dared to be so unscrupulous mainly because he didn't care about the other blood demons except for the Golden Blood Demon King. Even the Golden Blood Demon King wouldn't be able to kill him easily. At the same time, he activated his Red Sun Feather Raiment. The gorgeous feather raiment wrapped around his body. Any blood demon that came into contact with the high temperature would be melted by the heat. For a moment, the place where Ling Xiao was had become a vacuum zone that was forcefully created by him. The blood-sucking scourge that he had killed did not even have the time to scream before they disappeared. This terrifying scene not only attracted the attention of the blood demon army, but also the other warriors of Black Raven City. However, it didn't end there. Ling Xiao activated the Holy King's eye. The Holy King in the sky shone with white light. Then, a loud battle song sounded on the battlefield. A man should be ruthless. Deeds and benevolence don't coexist. A man should kill, and he should kill without mercy. 1,000 years of immortal work is done in killing. In the past, there were heroic men who valued loyalty. Killing with a single glance, their bodies lighter than a feather. There were heroes and tyrants, killing like flies, galloping through the world, only praising weapons. Today, looking for such things, in vain fishing for the moon's shadow. Don't you see upright scholars rise like bees and brave men die? The mystic world praises benevolence and righteousness. When the blood demon chaos god Phoenix, the scholars run and the cowardly people cry. I want to learn the ancient style and revive the heroic spirit. Reputation is like dung. Those who disdain benevolence ridicule. Wearing a sharp iron sword, killing in anger. Cutting shares to go with wine, talking and laughing, frightening ghosts and gods. Killing enemies from 1,000 miles away, willing to spend 10 stars. Dedicated to the fields of light, forming feelings. Heading out of the west gate, carrying the head back. Tired and thinking of sleep, the battle horn suddenly blows. Leaving the mother at the west gate, the son doesn't grieve for the mother. Sweating and young, the man doesn't return. Killing between heaven and earth, horrifying in court. Killing a person every 3 steps, the heart stops, the hand doesn't stop. Blood flows for 10,000 miles, corpses pillow the 1,000-search mountain. Brave men finish their campaigns, tired and sleep on the enemy's corpse. Kill. As the battle song sounded, Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, and all the warriors in the battle were wrapped in a layer of blood-red light. Killing intent filled the sky. The will of the people was like an impregnable fortress. In an instant, their fighting spirit soared, and no one was afraid anymore. At worst, they would die. What was there to be afraid of? Kill for a future. Kill for a light. What is the background of this guy? Where did the celestial emperor Ling Xiao of the Celestial Empire learn these things from? The warriors from Black Crow City looked at each other, feeling a little shocked and puzzled. Why do we care so much? Since he has the ability, we can't be happier. Kill. The bird-faced man took the lead and rushed out. Originally, they only planned to guard the city gate, but now they took the initiative to attack. A dozen people attempted to face the hundreds of thousands of blood demons. Just this madness made many people excited. Of course, they dared to do this because they had the remote support of more than 100,000 warriors behind them. Coupled with the attack of the array, they could advance or retreat, and were not blindly sending themselves to death. Chapter 1580. Ling Xiao's craziness and strength had obviously angered the Blood Demon army. The Blood Demon Kings began to move. They even led dozens of Blood Demon generals to surround and kill Ling Xiao together with the Blood Demon beasts. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with excitement and killing intent. TSK. 3 Blood Demon Kings at the second level of the Yin-Yang realm, 2 Blood Demon beasts at the first level of the Yin-Yang realm, and dozens of Blood Demon generals at the half-step Yin-Yang realm. You really think highly of me. However, I'll accept this gift. Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks. Then, a terrifying heavenly demon phantom appeared behind him. His 2 swords were constantly accumulating power. He wanted to turn all the enemies charging at him into his experience points. Thunder Talisman, Thunder Blast. At this moment, a few bolts of lightning suddenly fell from the sky. The Blood Devil King and Blood Scourge that were charging towards Ling Xiao were actually blasted into smithereens by these bolts of lightning, vanishing into thin air. Ling Xiao looked back in shock at the person who used the Thunder Talisman. It was actually that bird-faced man. This terrifying Thunder Talisman's power was probably on par with the powerful attack of a 5th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. How did this guy have a talisman? Talismans were more powerful than secret technique scrolls. Only Immortal Court martial artists knew how to refine them. Could this guy be a martial artist who came from the Immortal Court to the Divine Phoenix continent? Ling Xiao stopped fighting and looked at the bird-faced man. However, his battle had already been replaced by others. With the support of the Sage Monarch battle song, the other Yin-Yang realm martial artists were also very valiant in their battles. Cold Plum continued to absorb the killing experience points. Her strength was also increasing at a shocking speed. The ghostly martial soul behind her also became more magnificent and powerful. You're very strong. Ling Xiao looked at the bird-faced man and said, You're not weak either. The bird-faced man smiled and said, I really didn't expect the legendary Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire to be so brave and good at fighting. I also didn't expect there to be such an expert in the Black Crow Empire. Ling Xiao was really surprised. The bird-faced man's terrifying combat strength was definitely on par with the Moon Lady and the Liquor Demon Sword. He was even stronger than Yuan Tianluan from the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Why didn't this guy go to the dragon-slaying forest with the Raven Queen? If he went there, the Black Crow Empire wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Haha, you flatter me. Let's fight together. The Blood Demon army is not that easy to deal with. The bird-faced man smiled. We killed the Golden Blood Demon King together, so this army is not worth mentioning. Ling Xiao could tell. Or he didn't plan. The Blood Devil Apocalypse this time was a complete experiment, an experiment to test one's combat strength. Then you trap him. I'll kill him. Ling Xiao also smiled. Deal. The two looked at each other and smiled. Then, they charged at the Demon Blood Demon. The rest of the Blood Scourges and Blood Demon Kings tried to stop them, but they couldn't withstand the terrifying power of the bird-faced man's talisman. With the help of the other Yin-Yang realm experts, Black Raven City's formation, and hundreds of thousands of warriors, the two of them reached the Golden Blood Demon King without much effort. Heavenly Thunder Talisman, Lightning Prison. The bird-faced man soared into the sky and took out a talisman. 99 lightning bolts fell from the sky, forming a huge lightning prison that surrounded the Demon Blood Demon. The demon blood demon's golden eyes emitted a cold light. With a roar, a terrifying blood-red light shot out in all directions. It hit the lightning prison, causing the lightning to tremble. Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. I can't hold on for long. This guy is very strong. Hurry up and think of a way to attack. The bird-faced man frowned. Ling Xiao nodded. He was a Yin-Yang Realm Level 1 martial artist. Almost no attack could hurt the demon blood demon. However, he didn't need any moves to deal with the demon blood demon. He controlled the powerful hell dragon fire. He could just burn it. The ancient hell dragon shadow appeared behind him. Ling Xiao opened his mouth and released a ball of terrifying hell dragon fire into the lightning prison. The hell dragon fire's power wouldn't decrease because of the martial artist's low cultivation. This kind of flame could even injure ancient martial artists, let alone a mere golden blood demon king. The only pity was that Ling Xiao's cultivation was too low. He couldn't control the hell dragon fire much. Otherwise, the hell dragon fire would have burned the demon blood demon to ashes. However, even so, inside the lightning cage, the golden blood demon king screamed miserably, and his body emitted a charred smell. I didn't expect you to have such a move. The bird-faced man was surprised. I was just lucky to get the ancient hell dragon's soul, Ling Xiao said lightly. As soon as he said that, he saw a black light coming from the ground. Not only did it destroy the lightning prison, but it also drove the hell dragon fire to the side. The golden blood demon king screamed miserably as he broke free. He then roared and fled into the distance. As soon as it left, the blood demon kings, blood demon generals, and blood demon puppets quickly retreated like a receding tide. Only the brainless demon blood demons continued to fight. However, without the demon blood king's leadership, these demon blood demons were nothing. As the horns sounded, the Celestial Empire's army started to approach. The timing was perfect. The army chose to use puppets to fight. This way, the demon blood demons wouldn't be able to transform the soldiers. This was a perfect puppet army that relied on the Celestial Dragon Continent's puppet technology to create. Every soldier was protected by a thick puppet armor. Not only did it increase their defense, but it also increased their attack power. This was the Celestial Dragon Continent's special army. It was also the Celestial Empire's trump card army. The Divine Phoenix Empire and Black Crow Empire definitely wouldn't have it. Hooray! Looking at the army in the distance and the decreasing number of demon blood demons, the warriors on the city tower shouted excitedly. This meant that the blood demon catastrophe was finally coming to an end. Although the catastrophe brought the Black Crow Empire to a barren land with countless casualties. At the very least, this black land didn't completely fall. This was a victory. Although it was a Pyrrhic victory. Presumably, after driving away the demon blood demons, His Majesty the Celestial Emperor will take control of Black Crow City? Looking at the army in the distance, the bird-faced man suddenly asked. Of course. To tell you the truth, I came to Black Crow City this time to rule the Black Crow Empire. Ling Xiao had nothing to hide. At this point, he didn't believe that there was anything that could reverse the fact that he had taken over Black Crow City and ruled the Black Crow Empire. Then it seems that I should leave. The bird-faced man suddenly looked at Ling Xiao with a helpless and regretful expression. Chapter 1581. The bird-faced man sighed and said, I'm Fei Yuan. Before I leave, I can help Your Majesty solve some problems in Black Crow City. Of course, Your Majesty has to trust me. It's good that you're willing to help me, but I'm a suspicious person. I don't believe that someone would help me for no reason. Ling Xiao looked at the bird-faced man with vigilance. There was no need for him to intervene in this battle. The blood-sucking scourge was completely spent. Under the attack of the puppet army of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire, it was only a matter of time before it was destroyed. In addition to the coordination of the Spirit Design's attacks, all of this was logical. He was more concerned about why this bird-faced man called Fei Yuan would help him. Hee, Your Majesty won't believe me if I say I don't want anything. Fei Yuan smiled and said, Then I'll be frank. As Your Majesty has seen, I'm good at using talismans in battle. As for the talisman's refinement, It requires a powerful bloodline power and martial spirit power. Once it's done, I only ask your majesty to give me the Black Raven Empire's founder's blood and the heavenly raven martial spirit. The refining of talismans requires bloodline power and martial soul power. Ling Xiao knew how to make simple secret scrolls, but he knew nothing about talismans. He asked in confusion, "Let's talk while we walk. The battle here doesn't need us anymore?" Fei Yuan asked. "Okay." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He didn't trust Fei Yuan, but some risks were worth taking. The two flew into the sky and headed towards the inner city of Black Crow City. On the way, Fei Yuan told Ling Xiao, "In the Immortal Court continent, many warriors can't use more than 2 martial souls at the same time. So the heavenly masters there created talismans. With the martial soul as the core and bloodline power as the core, they can refine talismans into their spirit realm and use them repeatedly. This is the legendary Blood Soul Talisman. Blood Soul Talisman is more powerful than ordinary talismans. It can be used repeatedly, and its power will increase with the increase of the warrior's strength. It can be cultivated in the spirit realm. Every martial soul could be used to refine a Blood Soul Talisman, and fresh blood with the power of the bloodline was the key to drawing the Blood Soul Talisman. Different bloodline powers would allow the Blood Soul Talisman to display different powers. For example, if you have the Ancient Infernal Dragon Soul, you can refine the Ancient Infernal Dragon Blood Soul Talisman. After refining it, the Blood Soul Talisman can do anything the Ancient Infernal Dragon Soul Talisman can do for you without affecting the power of your martial soul. Another example is that I have the Thunder Martial Spirit, and what I make is the Thunder Blood Soul Talisman. The bloodline power used to draw this Blood Soul Talisman is the Thunder Spirit Bloodline. This bloodline power can strengthen the power of the Thunder Blood Soul Talisman. If I were to use the Wind Spirit Bloodline, then I would be able to make my lightning attacks even sharper. If you use the ancestral bloodline of the Black Crow clan, this Lightning Blood Soul Talisman can release Black Blood Lightning. Hee, Brother Fei Yuan, aren't you afraid that I'll steal your skills? Ling Xiao asked with a chuckle. I'm not afraid. The refinement of the Blood Soul Talisman requires a martial soul and bloodline power. You also need to know how to draw special inscriptions. If I didn't tell you that, you would never have learned it. Fei Yuan shook his head. I see. Ling Xiao nodded and secretly asked the Yuan Venerate, Master, do you know how to refine the Blood Soul Talisman? Of course. Then why didn't you tell me before? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. I didn't tell you before because your cultivation base wasn't high enough. In fact, there is another requirement to refine the Blood Soul Talisman. You have to reach the Yin-Yang realm and break through to the 18th level of the Yin-Yang realm before you can truly grasp the essence of the inscriptions. The Yuan Venerate answered. The Yin-Yang realm was different from the Grotto Heaven realm and the Skyman realm. At this level, a martialist could already understand Yin-Yang. In order to control the cycle of reincarnation, one had to step into the 18th level of the Yin-Yang realm, which was also known as the 18 levels of hell. Strictly speaking, Ling Xiao wasn't a true Yin-Yang realm martialist yet. His cultivation base was there, but he hadn't experienced the first level of the hell of tongue ripping. Without the power of the first level of the Yin-Yang realm, it was impossible for him to break through to the second level. According to the Yuan Venerate, each level of the 18 levels of hell had many inscriptions. They were divided into 4 major categories: physical attacks, buffs, weakening, mystic attacks, and thousands of subcategories. If he wanted to obtain them, he had to find them himself. This was also why the Yuan Venerate hadn't told Ling Xiao about the Blood Soul Talisman in the past. Even if he knew, he wouldn't be able to refine it. However, since he had said so much today, he might as well tell his disciple so that he wouldn't think that he was hiding it. I see, Master. I understand. However, how can I enter the first level of the hell of tongue ripping? Ling Xiao asked. Well, there aren't any hard and fast requirements. It is said that when one's cultivation reaches a certain level and is about to enter the second level of the Yin-Yang realm, signs will appear. You will understand when the time comes, the Yuan Venerate replied. Understood. The Yuan Venerate answered. I understand. Thank you, Master. My good disciple, be careful of this flying kite. This fellow seems to be from the Jingyi school and is plotting against you. The Yuan Venerate suddenly reminded him, Master, You think so too? I have the same feeling. However, this fellow's familiarity with Black Crow City isn't fake. He wants to make use of me, and I want to make use of him. Everyone is just making use of each other. Ling Xiao chuckled. In short, you just have to be careful. This fellow is very strong. You aren't his match for the time being. If you need me to take action, just let me know. Don't worry too much about things that involve your life. After all, I'm finished if you die. The Yuan Venerate added. Understood. After listening to the Yuan Venerate, Ling Xiao became even more vigilant against Flying Kite. During the flight, he separated his twin martial souls from his body and hid in a dark place while the other party wasn't paying attention. This way, even if he was accidentally destroyed by Flying Kite, he wouldn't die as long as his twin martial souls didn't die. It was better to be safe than sorry. He didn't want to die here just as he was about to do something big. That would be really bad. This is the underground maze of Black Crow City. The relatives of the royal family of Black Crow City are all hiding inside. However, I didn't bring you here to find them. I brought you here to the underground royal tomb in the maze. Flying Kite, who didn't know about the conversation between Ling Xiao and the Yuan Venerate, was also very cautious. Although he believed that he was much stronger than Ling Xiao, based on what he knew, Ling Xiao was very cunning. He didn't want to end up like the Raven Queen and fail miserably. Therefore, he wouldn't easily reveal his sinister side until the very end. He really wanted to help Ling Xiao find the underground royal tomb and obtain the things inside first. However, he wouldn't let go of Ling Xiao's ancient hell dragon and Taodai martial souls. Chapter 1582. The underground royal mausoleum was the location of the mausoleum of the Black Crow Empire's kings. It was protected by a powerful formation. However, Ling Xiao and Fei Yuan did not come here to destroy these mausoleums. Instead, they came here to take away 3 treasures of the Black Crow Empire. One of them was a national treasure, a holy statue made of extraterrestrial blood copper. With this thing, the luck of the Black Crow Empire would not be cut off. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to destroy it. The second treasure was the Heavenly Crow Martial Soul. It could be said that the various crow-type martial souls of the Black Crow Empire were all derived from the Heavenly Crow Martial Soul. The third treasure was the Heavenly Crow Bloodline, which was the most ancient bloodline of the Black Crow clan. According to the agreement, Ling Xiao could destroy the treasure. The other 2 treasures would belong to Fei Yuan. If Fei Yuan really accepted such an agreement, then Ling Xiao would not go back on his word. After all, he was not interested in the other 2 treasures. More importantly, without Fei Yuan leading the way, he would not have been able to find such a secret place, let alone activate the mechanism here so easily. Let's take what we need. Ling Xiao glanced at Fei Yuan and said, Of course. Fei Yuan nodded and said, However, in order to obtain the Heavenly Crow Martial Soul and Heavenly Crow Bloodline, I will need your Majesty's help. Say it, as long as I can do it. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Of course you can do it. You just need to lend me all of your powerful soul power. Fei Yuan smiled. Are you serious? Ling Xiao looked at Fei Yuan. He was not surprised by such an excessive request. This was because he already knew that Fei Yuan must have ulterior motives for bringing him here. There is no love without reason in this world, and there is no hatred without reason either. Of course, I brought you here because I hope to use you. Anyway, even if you give me all of your soul power, you won't die. At most, you will become a fool. Fei Yuan chuckled and said it very casually. It was as if it was no big deal for Ling Xiao to become a fool. What if I don't agree? Ling Xiao looked at the flying kite. He was fully prepared and was not afraid of the flying kite at all. Of course, the most important thing was that the flying kite didn't seem to know that he was very proficient in array formations. He had actually brought him to the underground royal mausoleum that was protected by a great array. In that case, there was no need for him to escape. With the help of this formation, he would definitely be safe and sound. If you don't agree, I will kill you. A ferocious expression appeared on the bird face of the flying kite. Then, it instantly pounced towards Ling Xiao. Its speed was so fast that if Ling Xiao was not prepared, he would really be killed. Even if Ling Xiao condensed into light, it would be impossible for him to avoid such a speed. Rumble. The flying kite's claws struck less than a foot away from Ling Xiao's head. A strange layer of light appeared, blocking the flying kite's attack like a sturdy shield. You actually managed to control the array formation in the underground royal mausoleum so quickly? The flying kite looked at Ling Xiao, who was inside the layer of light, in surprise. It was a little depressed. It had meticulously planned and brought Ling Xiao to this narrow place so that Ling Xiao would not have a chance to escape. Who knew that in the end, it had still miscalculated. It's not that exaggerated. I can't say that I control it. I can only enter and take refuge. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, originally, you and I could be very good partners. You get what you want, and I destroy what I want to destroy. But you are too greedy. Aren't you afraid that I will go out and kill your woman? The flying kite said coldly, perhaps you could have done it just now, but it's too late now. If you don't escape now, I'm afraid the one who will die will be you. Ling Xiao revealed a mocking smile and said, do you think that I would not be cautious when cooperating with someone like you? Outside, the sound of the Moon Maiden breaking through the air could be heard. Damn it, in a small place like the Divine Phoenix continent, I can't use my strength. Otherwise, why would I be afraid of the Moon Maiden, who has not recovered her cultivation? The flying kite was really a very decisive person. Seeing that it could not do anything to Ling Xiao, and that the Moon Maiden was here, it gritted its teeth and turned to leave. However, before it left a sentence for Ling Xiao. Kid, we will meet again. I will never give up on what I should get from you. I'm afraid that you don't have the ability. Ling Xiao glanced at the flying kite, and then found that the Moon Maiden had let a few people in. Little man, are you okay? I'm fine, Sister Moon Maiden. Not only was Ling Xiao fine, but he was also very good. He had just glanced around the underground royal tomb and found that there was a strange piece of memory metal hidden in the holy statue of the Black Crow Empire. The memory metal was rumored to be brought by people outside the mystic world. Some said that it was brought by the human king. There were different theories, but its function was similar. This type of metal was used to record images, sounds, and words. Its capacity was very large, and it was much more impressive than things like books and jade slips. Sometimes, a piece of memory metal the size of a thumb could record the contents of all the books in the entire Divine Phoenix Empire. That was how terrifying it was. He destroyed the holy statue and took out the piece of memory metal from it. The moment he touched the memory metal, Ling Xiao could not help but reveal an expression of ecstasy. Master, this piece of memory metal actually records the refining method of the Blood Soul Talisman from the immemorial era. It seems like the Blood Soul Talisman wasn't refined by the celestial masters of the Immortal Court. It already existed during the immemorial era. Ling Xiao sent a spiritual message to the Yuan Venerate excitedly. It seems like the real objective of the flying kite is this piece of memory metal. He has been hiding in the Black Crow Empire for so many years, disguising himself and not revealing his strength. Who would have thought that in the end, it would be snatched away by you? He must be furious. The Yuan Venerate couldn't help but laugh. Probably. I want to try refining the ancient Hell Dragon Blood Soul Talisman first. Ling Xiao also smiled. If what the Yuan Venerate said was true, then the flying kite would really suffer a huge loss. However, this didn't matter to him. What he wanted to do now was to find the refining method of the Blood Soul Talisman from this memory metal. Then, he would try refining it. This would prevent him from using the ancient Hell Dragon Martial Soul in the future, which would consume a large amount of spiritual power and internal energy. The Blood Soul Talisman could store energy and nurture it in the spirit realm. Although it would consume a lot of energy during normal times, the amount was very small. Furthermore, this energy wasn't wasted. It was stored in the Blood Soul Talisman. When it was used, it was equivalent to releasing the energy that had been accumulated during normal times. It could greatly reduce Ling Xiao's consumption during battle without weakening its power. This was definitely worth a try. Are there any inscriptions recorded in the memory metal? The Yuan Venerate asked. There are records that say that all Blood Soul Talismans related to dragons can be inscribed with dragon inscriptions. However, inscriptions can only be found outside the mystic world or at the 18th level of the yin-yang boundary. Ling Xiao answered. Chapter 1583. In that case, it seems like you can only make a trip to the Hell of Tongue Ripping. The Hell of Tongue Ripping is the first level of the 18 yin-yang realms, so there will definitely be dragon inscriptions there. Although they might not be of a high grade and are only white inscriptions, you can still make do with them. The Yuan Venerate pondered this for a moment. What are white inscriptions? Are there different grades of inscriptions? Of course. There are 7 grades of inscriptions: white, green, blue, purple, red, gold, and rainbow. What's the difference? Ling Xiao asked again. There isn't much difference in power, as the power of the Blood Soul Talisman mainly depends on the martialist cultivation, spirit power, and martial soul grade. It has little to do with the inscriptions. The difference between inscriptions lies in energy consumption, attack range, and incubation time. For example, white inscriptions consume more energy, take a longer incubation time, and have a smaller attack range. The Yuan Venerate explained in detail. I understand. No matter what, obtaining the inscriptions is the key, right? Ling Xiao chuckled. Yes, the good thing is that the inscriptions can be replaced directly after refining the Blood Soul Talisman. There is no need to refine it again. The Yuan Venerate shared a piece of good news. It seems like I have to cultivate here for a while. I have to enter the Hell of Tongue Ripping first. Ling Xiao said as he glanced at the Moon Maiden guarding outside. Do whatever you want. Xieli and the others are outside, so everything is handled very well. Your Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, just obediently be a symbol and a legend. The Moon Lady chuckled. Fortunately, I chased after you this time. Otherwise, I'm afraid you would have to run for your life again. Yes, I didn't expect that there would be a powerhouse like Fei Wen here. Ling Xiao had to admit that it was indeed fortunate that the Moon Lady had arrived in time. Otherwise, even if he was fine, many people outside would have been killed by Fei Yuan. After saying that, he sat down in a lotus position and started cultivating. During the previous battle, he had killed many blood demon lords and blood demon generals, so he had accumulated a lot of energy. However, he hadn't integrated it, so he hadn't been able to open the Hell of Tongue Ripping. After sitting there in a lotus position for less than 15 minutes, Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. He discovered that there was a strange giant door hanging above his head. The door was closed, and a terrifying aura was constantly being released from within. The words, "Tongue-pulling hell," were engraved on it. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao pushed open the giant door and walked in. From an outsider's point of view, he had been sitting there without moving. Only his soul had truly entered the Hell of Tongue Ripping. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. The Moon Maiden sat there and looked at Ling Xiao anxiously. At this moment, half of Ling Xiao's body had started to mutate. It was as terrifying as a ghost. This was the danger of cultivating in the yin-yang realm. Any martial artist who stepped into the 18 levels of hell had to come out within a certain period of time. If he was unable to come out, he would completely turn into a malicious spirit and lose his will. However, if he came out too early, it would be meaningless. He would still not succeed in his cultivation. Usually 2 hours was the best time, but Ling Xiao had been in the tongue-ripping hell for quite a long time. However, to the Moon Maiden's surprise, an ordinary person would have turned into a malicious spirit after half a day, but Ling Xiao's body had only undergone a few changes. It seems like our little man has a lot of secrets. The Moon Maiden smiled. She had no intention of prying into Ling Xiao's secrets. Her only hope now was that Ling Xiao could come out as soon as possible. No matter how special a person's body was or how powerful their soul was, there would still be problems if they stayed in there for too long. However, another half a day passed. 90% of Ling Xiao's body had transformed into a malicious spirit. His entire body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of white bones. Only the small area around his eyes was still empty. This layer of white bones looked very beautiful. It was like a layer of armor covering a martial artist's body. Furthermore, it had a very nice name. It was named Hellbody by yin-yang realm martial artists. However, a nice name did not mean that it was good. Hell body meant that a martial artist's soul had been completely devoured by hell, turning him into a walking corpse. The Moon Maiden was really anxious. However, there was nothing she could do. Facing this situation, she could only watch and pray that Ling Xiao could create a miracle. After another quarter of an hour, Ling Xiao's entire body was finally covered in a white bony substance. It looked very cool, but the Moon Maiden's expression was very bad. This meant that the little man she had always trusted had completely failed on his path to the second level of the Yin-Yang realm. Sister Moon Maiden, why are you so sad? I'm fine. A voice came from the mouth of the hell body, giving the Moon Maiden a fright. Impossible. How can you talk to me in the form of a hell body? The Moon Maiden was stunned. She was a martial artist who had lived since the primordial age, but she had never seen such a thing. Nothing is impossible. I just entered the hell of tongue ripping through my essence soul. I felt that this hellish body could increase my combat strength, so I tried to accept it completely. Now, I feel like it has no effect on me. Ling Xiao smiled and mumbled. Then, the hell body returned to its original appearance of Ling Xiao. You really scared me to death. Next time, if you want to look at me like this, you should at least let me know. Just now, I wanted to die with you. The Moon Maiden wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. She was helpless. Hee hee. I'm sorry, Sister Moon Maiden. I was afraid that the hell body would disappear if I spoke, so I waited until it was fully formed before speaking. Ling Xiao chuckled. He realized that in the state of the hell body, his dark power had increased tremendously. He was even confident that he could defeat a martial artist at the fourth level of the Yin-Yang realm in that state. This was an unexpected gain. However, it was best not to use the hell body for more than 15 minutes. This was something that Ling Xiao had experienced himself. After 15 minutes, he would gradually lose himself. That was a very scary thing. Although his combat power would continue to increase, he would not be able to differentiate between friend and foe and would attack randomly. As for Ling Xiao, unless he had no other choice, he didn't want to lose himself. As a person, he still hoped to be able to fight while maintaining a clear state of mind. You found the dragon inscription? The Moon Maiden asked. I found it. It's a green dragon inscription, Ling Xiao said excitedly. In the 18 layers of hell, the best inscriptions in the first 3 layers were blue. Ling Xiao was extremely lucky to find a green one in the first layer. The white inscription required twice the energy to activate. The attack range was only 1 square meter. The incubation time was more than 24 hours in the Mystic World time, but the combat time was only half an hour. The green inscription was much better. It required 1.5 times the energy to activate. The attack range was also increased to 10 square meters. The incubation time was reduced to 12 hours. The combat time was still half an hour. However, this was already a great improvement. Chapter 1584. After obtaining the Green Dragon inscription, the next step was to refine the ancient Hell Dragon Blood Soul Talisman. The materials were ready. Refining the Blood Soul Talisman required spirit stones, martial souls, bloodline power, and inscriptions. These were not a problem for Ling Xiao. He had obtained an upper-grade spirit stone and had kept it in his storage ring. It was no problem for him to take it out today. As for the martial soul, it was the ancient Hell Dragon soul. As for the bloodline power, his first choice was the blood of the ancient Hell Dragon King, which was the easiest to obtain and extremely powerful, because he had it. As for the inscriptions, he had just obtained them. In fact, the inscriptions were the worst among the materials. However, his cultivation was only at the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. He could not enter the higher level of the Yin-Yang realm, so he had to make do with them. In fact, refining the Blood Soul Talisman was not too difficult. With Ling Xiao's experience in refining secret scrolls, it was actually very easy. The most troublesome part was to integrate the Blood Soul Talisman with himself and cultivate it in his spirit ocean. Then, he could use it with a thought. This process was not only troublesome but also took a lot of time. Ling Xiao calmed down again and began refining the Blood Soul Talisman. The Moon Lady stayed there the whole time, quietly protecting her man. Outside, Xieli and the others were nervously but orderly taking over Black Crow City. As for the nobles of the Black Crow Empire, if they were obedient, they could keep a little dignity and live a good life. If they dared to rebel, they would be killed without mercy. It had to be mentioned that there were still capable people among the nobles of the Black Crow Empire. Although their strength was not reliable, they were very good at managing the country and the city. What Ling Xiao needed now was not only martial artists, but also civil officials. Of course, how to make these guys do things obediently was something Jining had to consider. After all, Jining was the main person in charge of the Divine Phoenix continent. What Ling Xiao needed to do was to improve his strength. He was like the absolute symbol of the Divine Phoenix Empire, a god created by the god-making movement. As long as he does not fall, the heavenly empire will not fall, and there is no need to care about the actual affairs. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 2 days went by. However, Ling Xiao still did not leave the underground royal mausoleum. What was interesting was that wind raged all year long in the royal mausoleum, and it was cold. However, in these 2 days, there was a sudden surge of terrifying heat. The terrifying heat was so hot that even the chilly wind that had been wreaking havoc all year round was unable to withstand it. Sweat dripped down Ling Xiao's forehead. His face was slightly pale. Ling Xiao didn't expect that refining the blood soul symbol would be even more difficult than cultivating. It had been a long time since he was like this. However, even though it was hard work, a smile appeared on his face. Because the blood soul charm was about to be completed. In front of him, there was a diamond-shaped object about the size of a palm. It was translucent like jade. It was the blood soul symbol. There were strange green inscriptions on it. There was also a golden immemorial golden dragon blood link. It flickered with alternating green and golden light. It was really beautiful. Black flames burned inside the blood soul symbol. Although it was only the size of a fingernail, it gave people the feeling that it seemed to have a terrifying explosive force and could produce a shocking power at any time. However, Ling Xiao knew that this was only the first step. The blood soul symbol was successfully refined. The next step was to inject soul force into it and completely connect it with his spiritual vein. Only then would it be considered a success. Origin soul out of the shell. Ling Xiao was really glad that he had obtained the primordial spirit remnant scroll back then. Only then could his soul become incomparably powerful, and he could even directly separate a part of it from his main body. It would not cause harm to the main body's soul. Otherwise, it would be a bit difficult for him to control this blood soul symbol. Intimidate. Ling Xiao's mouth, a voice exploded. Then, the origin soul that had left Ling Xiao's main body soul collided with the blood soul symbol. The blood soul symbol released a terrifying power to block it. However, no matter how hard it tried to block it, it was still something that Ling Xiao had refined. A moment later, the origin soul that had its own independent consciousness broke through the blood soul symbol's defense and directly entered it. The origin soul completely fused with the blood soul symbol and became one. Ling Xiao could even feel that the blood soul symbol was like his arm and his eyes. This feeling was too real. Looks like it's a success. After all, Ling Xiao had never done such a thing before. His standard for judging whether it was a success or not was obtained from the piece of memory metal. Based on the situation, it should be a success. Yes, it's a success, the Yuan Venerate affirmed. Withdraw. With a thought, the blood soul symbol suddenly disappeared and entered Ling Xiao's spirit realm. However, there was no need to nurture it yet. After all, the top-grade spirit stone itself contained a huge amount of energy. Ling Xiao had only done this to try and see if he could retract and release it freely. Symbol, come. With another thought, the blood soul symbol quickly appeared and floated in front of Ling Xiao. It was still the size of a palm, but its terrifying power was something that no one dared to underestimate. Blood soul symbol, hellfire. Ling Xiao muttered an incantation, and the blood soul talisman suddenly released a terrifying light. The area within a 10-meter radius was instantly turned into scorched earth. TSK. This power is really terrifying. Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction when he saw the terrifying power of the blood soul symbol before putting it away. He had been in Black Crow City for a few days now. It was time to think of a way to head to the White Tiger continent. That was a martialist's paradise. Little man, you're finally done. There's a piece of news. Do you want to hear it? The Moon Lady asked with a smile as Ling Xiao walked out of the underground royal tomb. Is it related to the White Tiger continent? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. Dragon Phoenix Mountain has sent people here. They're currently in the Divine Phoenix capital. Their purpose is also for the White Tiger meat. The Moon Lady smiled and said, this time, Dragon Phoenix Mountain seems to have brought a few disciples over. These people are martialists who were born and raised in the White Tiger continent. I reckon they're going to spar. What do the people of Dragon Phoenix Mountain think about us killing Yuan Tianluan? Ling Xiao asked. They didn't mention it, and they don't intend to be enemies with us. In fact, Dragon Phoenix Mountain has always been divided into the native faction and the Dragon Phoenix sect. They're always fighting with each other. Yuan Tianluan is an inner elder of the native faction. However, the Dragon Phoenix sect is the main force in Dragon Phoenix Mountain. The Moon Lady explained, interesting. If that's the case, I can still participate in the White Tiger meet through Dragon Phoenix Mountain? Ling Xiao's idea was simple. Although he could go to the White Tiger continent through other means, it wasn't as convenient as going to Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Moreover, he had a grudge with Yuan Tianluan, not the entire Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Besides, even if there was a grudge, couldn't he make use of the enemy? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.